네, 여러분 안녕하세요. 네, 2024 부산링컨학교 교내 영어말하기 대회에 오신 여러분을 환영합니다. 저는 오늘 사회를 맡은 영어교사 김광수입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 매년 저희는 학교에서 영어 말하기 대회를 개최하고 있는데요. 이 대회는 단순히 외국어를 배우는 부분뿐만 아니라 영어로 말하는 방법을 키우는 것, 그리고 여러분들에게 도전할 수 있는 기회를 제공하고 있습니다. 네, 그러면 지금부터 2024 교내 영어 말하기 대회 시작할 건데요. 여러분들의 큰 박수와 함성으로 함께 해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네, 그럼 지금부터 2024 부산링컨학교 교내 영어 말하기 대회를 시작하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 이번 순서는 심사위원분들을 소개하는 시간입니다. 먼저 부산링컨학교 영어 원어민 교사이시자 심사위원장을 맡으신 사라 선생님, 네, 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 다음으로 부산링컨학교 영어교사 조현진 선생님, 네, 그리고 부산링컨학교 스페인어 교사이자 콜롬비아에서 오신 루나 선생님, 네, 바쁜 일정 속에도 이 자리를 함께 해주셔서 감사드립니다. 네, 그러면 학생들의 발표를 시작하기 전에 심사위원장이신 사라 선생님께서 나오셔서 심사 기준에 대해서 발표해 주도록 하겠습니다. 네, 사라 선생님 앞으로 모시도록 하겠습니다.
Good morning, everyone. Are you excited? Okay, that's good. Okay, let's look at the different criteria for English speech. Okay, the most important thing is memorization. Okay, if you memorize well or not, okay, that is 40% of the score. The other criteria that is very important is content. Content, okay? How unique, originality, what stands out, okay? The other is, what is that? Expression. This is where your pronunciation comes in. This is where movement and gesture comes in, okay? So don't feel burdened, okay? This is Lincoln High School English Speech Contest. So later you can, if you move on to IYF, you can always learn expressions or pronunciation. So today, don't feel too burdened. Just let's see how much you can overcome the challenge of memorizing your script in English. And have fun.
네, 감사합니다. 그러면 저희가 대회를 시작하기 전에 중요한 공지사항을 전달해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 오늘의 대회는 유튜브 라이브로 생중계되고 있습니다. 그래서 여러분들의 많은 가족들과 학부모님들께서 시청하고 계실 텐데요. 학생들은 최선을 다해서 발표에 임해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 여러분 발표 시간을 확인해 주는 타임키퍼가 있습니다. 30초가 남았을 때 타임키퍼가 손을 들어서 네, 저렇게 30초 사인을 보내드릴 텐데요. 발표 시간을 3분을 넘겼을 경우 5점이 감점되고요. 이후 30초당 5점씩 추가로 감점되니 이 부분을 잘 확인하셔서 시간 내에 발표를 해주시면 되겠습니다. 네, 자 대회를 이제 시작해 볼까요? 네, 여러분 많이 떨리시나요? 아닌가요? 제가 제일 떨리는 것 같은데. 네, 그러면 우리 다 같이 한번 숨쉬기 운동을 한번 해보고, 네, 네, 한번 크게 들이셨다가, 네, 내쉬고, 네, 한 번 더 들이셨다가, 네, 내쉬고, 네, 좀 긴장을 푸시고요. 네, 그러면 지금부터 발표를 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 참가자는 참가번호 1번 송인섭 학생이고요. 제목은 My Dream of Becoming a Nurse.
Something was completely changed by your single experience. For me, the profession of nursing was exactly that. During high school, I didn't have a very positive impression of nursing. I thought that being a nurse meant enduring a tough, stressful job. I believe this isn't for me. However, my perspective completely changed through a special experience. When I volunteered at a school health fair, a nurse visited to talk to us. At first, I thought it would be just an informational session, but that day, I was deeply moved by the nurse story. The nurse taught us basic first aid skills and let us experience what it's like to handle real-life situations. One moment that stood out to me was when the nurse demonstrated how to communicate with a patient in a simulated scenario. Seeing the nurse calmly explain the situation and offer comforting words to the anxious patient made me realize that nursing is just about hard work. It's also about providing significant comfort and support to people. This experience greatly changed my view of nursing. I came to understand that being a nursing isn't just about managing overwhelming tasks, but it's also about genuinely caring for patients and making a positive impact on their lives. Now, I aspire to become a nurse. I want to help people and positively influence their lives through this profession. I am working hard to achieve this dream. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음 발표자를 소개하겠습니다. 다음 발표해 주실 학생은 참가번호 2번 조순 학생입니다. 제목은 Invisible Training.
Stop it! It's meaningless. It won't make any difference. Have you ever heard this voice? Yes, it's the voice inside your head. When your exam scores drop, when the results of your long effort don't show, or when you lose the current courage to try something new, that voice tries to bring you down. Here are Special Forces soldiers. When they undergo health training, that voice whispers even louder. Just stop. Everyone else is giving up. You can too. When their legs refuse to move and their bodies feel like they're being torn apart, these soldiers struggle not to listen to the voice. Because what they most fear is not the pain of training, but that the voice might become real and that they might stop believing in themselves. So they ask themselves, if I give up now, I will continue to live my life dictated by this voice. They grit their teeth. Can I accept that? They grit their teeth and answer, no, I will not be dictated any longer. The same goes for us when we study. When endless learning and consecutive exams become difficult and exhausting, that voice returns. You can't do it. You can't stop. But it's crucial to overcome that voice. If we don't practice overcoming this voice now, in our teenage years, we will retreat from any challenge as adults. So I want to ask you all, If you give up now, are you okay with living your life defeated by this voice? The Special Forces soldiers answered no to that question and pushed beyond their limit. We are the same. In our current studies are like training. If we endure them, we will meet a stronger version of ourselves. The moment we sit at our desk fighting the voice will give us the strength to face any challenge. So the challenge head on. So the next time that voice whispers, respond with, "No, I will not be defeated any longer." Only then will you encounter moments of growth. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음 발표자는 참가번호 3번 최예빈 학생입니다. 제목은 The Joy of Overcoming Limits.
Have you ever run a marathon? A marathon is a challenging sport where you run for 2.195 kilometers. And at some point, everyone hits their limit. You might want to kick or rest, but there's always a pacemaker helping set the pace for a runner aiming for victory. In life, we also face limits. And while some people overcome them, others give up. So, how can you overcome ours? This past September, I had a chance to challenge my own limits at school. I participated in the student division of the Cheona Hantaryong Dance Festival. At first, I wanted to give up and just to do enough to get by. However, as our team set the goal of winning first place, I began to face my limits, just like when running a marathon for the first time. During this struggle, my teacher gave me advice that struck a chord. She said, "Don't just dance for yourself. Think about your team and enjoy the dance again." Her word deeply resonated with me. So I decided to focus on my team and enjoy the dancing again. We became each other's pacemaker. We realized that true success comes from overcoming limits together and enjoy the performance as a team. On the day of the competition, we were still nervous. But something had changed. We no longer cared about the result. We decided to enjoy the moment itself. Before stepping onto the stage, we committed to embrace the moment fully, and we gave it our all, from the tips of our toes to the tips of our fingers. We danced with our whole heart, and in the moment, we were truly enjoying the stage. When we finished the final move, the audience erupted in applause, and it felt like the whole world was watching us. In the end, we won the silver medal. But it felt like we had gained something far more valuable than gold. We had to overcome our limit, and that's not just for ourselves, but for our team. The key isn't to limit yourself, but to give your best and enjoy the process. The more difficult the moment, the more joy it brings when we overcome it. Don't be afraid to face your limit. Don't be afraid to face your challenges and embrace the moment fully. Cherish the moment you share with others and face each challenge with a smile. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 4번 이선욱 학생입니다. 제목은 From Anger to Understanding.
Hey, I said no to you. Why do you keep saying that? How'd you react if someone rejects you like this? I've met this situation several times, and when this happened, I would be in a bad mood and wouldn't be able to do anything else. But there was a moment for me to think in a different direction. One day, I was laughing out loud during a break time, but one friend frowned at me and said, "Can you please be quiet?" I was annoyed that he complained only to me. I didn't have a big fight with him, but I was upset. The class started soon after the bell rang, but I couldn't concentrate on the class because of my frustration. And while that friend was giving a presentation, I picked a fight for no reason, and I got scolded by my teacher. The teacher asked me why I was angry, and after listening carefully, she said, "Have you thought about your friend's situation? And you just wasted an hour of class, thinking about the frustration you had." The teacher then told me about the story of our seniors at school who showed a different reaction when they were in the same situation as me. Your high school seniors have to study, even during the break time when you guys talk and play around. Even though you guys screamed and made noises, they didn't scold you guys, but closed their classroom door instead. Then I thought about myself. If I were the senior, I would have been annoyed and shouted to be quiet. But for these seniors, they didn't scold us because they also thought from our position of wanting to play around. I began to understand a little bit of the friend who quarreled with me. He was actually preparing for the next class. But because I was thinking only from my position, I didn't care about what he was doing and just got annoyed saying, "It's break time. Why are you telling me to be quiet?" If this had happened to my senior, maybe he would have said, "Oh, sorry for making a noise. I think I should also study like you." I came to learn that I should not only insist on my feelings and thoughts, but also think from the other person's side. Thanks to this incident, now I'm practicing to put myself in someone else's shoe. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 5번 최주혁 학생입니다. 제목은 The Sign.
Every morning, we hear the sound of cars speeding by as we head to work or school. We also hear honking horns, the noise of car engines, and the sound of tires scraping the road. These sounds are often perceived as stress-inducing and uncomfortable in our daily lives. But what if all these noises were completely gone just because they are unpleasant? Would cars still be able to drive smoothly on the roads? When I was in middle school, I played a lot of volleyball. Volleyball requires precise ball passing and agility since you need to return the ball to the other side within 3 touches. But aside from those physical skills, something just as important is a call sign. During a game, it's often unclear who should receive the ball coming from the other team. If you simply run toward the ball without any communication, you may collide with a teammate and get injured. There were also many times when the ball was not caught because no one signaled. That's why it's important to signal your presence. When you hear call signs during a game, they might sound like a loud noise meant to announce one's presence on the court. To the spectators, it might sound like a noise. But the players know the exact purpose behind those sounds, so they don't perceive it as noise, but as communication. Every sound has a purpose and a message to convey. This is true even for the unpleasant noises of cars that I mentioned earlier. The sounds on the road are also a form of communication. If those sounds disappeared, it would be like players not giving call signs, leading to problems and injuries. In our daily lives, there are also noisy forms of communication. Even if they seem like annoying noise to someone, I believe that when we try to understand the purpose behind those sounds, they can become a form of communication. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 6번 윤이준 학생입니다. 제목은 Journey of Growth.
Hello everyone. I want to share a story about Oprah Winfrey, whose journey resonates with mine. Despite her early challenges, she found mentorship and discovered her strengths. Similarly, my experiences at Lincoln have led to growth and purpose. I started school uncertain about my future, but now I feel more confident in pursuing my goals. When I started at Lincoln, I was full of hope, expecting it to be the best place where I could finally excel. However, I soon felt like I was still the same old me. My initial excitement faded, and I began to question my purpose at Lincoln. I even considered leaving. It felt like I was trying to fit into a pair of shoes that were just a bit too tight. One day, a teacher told me, "You've grown a lot since you first came to Lincoln. You've taken on leadership roles and opened them more to others." This made me realize that I have changed in ways that I hadn't noticed before. I began to see the positive changes in myself. I was no longer just focusing on superficial relationships, but started to connect with others on a deeper level. This experience taught me that growth is not always about dramatic changes, but about discovering new aspects of ourselves. Now, I'm happy to say that I have decided to stay at Lincoln. It's not just a school anymore. It's a place where I found a new sense of purpose and joy. Like Oprah Winfrey, who found strength and success through her experiences, I have found my own path to personal growth and happiness. In conclusion, my time at Lincoln has been just a journey of growth and embracing change. Even when things seem tough, every experience contributed to who we become. Thank you for listening, and I hope you find your inspiration in your own journey of growth. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 7번 강보라 학생입니다. 제목은 A Green Memory with Melon Soda.
Hello everyone. I hope you're all having a happy day. Today, I'd like to share an unforgettable moment with you. The moment I first tasted melon soda. It was a hot summer day, and I was walking down the street with a friend. I was so thirsty and desperately looking for a refreshing drink when I stumbled upon a small cafe. As soon as I entered, my eyes were drawn to a green beverage. The bright green liquid topped with a scoop of vanilla ice cream, like work of art. Intrigued, I decided to order it. Little did I know, this drink was melon soda. Developed in Japan in the early 20th century, melon soda combines melon syrup with carbonated water and is topped with vanilla ice cream, creating a perfect balance of refreshing and sweet flavors. The sweet and tangy taste of melon is due to a compound called ester, which enhances its aroma when combined with carbonation. Taking my first sip was truly an amazing experience. The refreshing carbonation brushed on my tongue, and the sweet melon flavor spread throughout my mouth, harmonizing perfectly with the creamy texture of the vanilla ice cream. It was a fresh and addictive taste like I had never experienced before. In that moment, I fell in love with melon soda. It was more than just a drink. It was an experience. The transparent green liquid, the delightful sensation of carbonation, the sweet taste, and the creaminess of the ice cream all came together beautifully. Some cafes even add the cherry on top, which is a traditional garnish dating back to the early versions of melon soda in Japan. Since that day, melon soda has become my favorite drink. I always order it whenever I see it on the menu. The thrill of that first sip remains vivid in my memory, and even now, every time I enjoy melon soda, I am reminded of the joy and surprise. If you haven't tried melon soda yet, I urge you to experience it. It's not just a drink, it offers a refreshing and unforgettable experience. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 8번 윤창성 학생입니다. 제목은 The Power of Memories.
We often try to forget the mistakes we make or the sad experience we go through. These memories can weigh heavily on our minds, blocking our path forward. Naturally, we try to erase or ignore them. I have experienced something similar. While preparing for the GED exam, I was confident that I would easily score 100 points. I was so sure of my success that I believed everything would go well. However, unexpected mistakes during the exam led to a result that I hadn't thought for. This mistake was a huge shock and felt like a significant failure. The memory of the failure troubled me, and I wanted to erase the moment from my mind. However, I learned important lesson from the movie Inside Out. In the movie, the main character tries to get rid of bad memories, but eventually resurface, forming a harmonious ego inner. It means that true growth is possible only when good and bad memories are combined together. I gained a similar insight from my GED experience. That mistake allowed me to prepare more thoroughly for the next exam, ultimately leading to a better result. That mistake was the memory I wanted to forget the most, but now it has become the most unforgettable memory for me. I realized that if I had erased the memory, I wouldn't have become who I am today. It was through that challenging experience that I grew stronger and more mature. Every experience in life, even if it hurts in the moment, eventually makes us stronger. Even bad memories play an important role in looking back on us and making ourselves better. So, rather than wanting to forget the memories, we should look for opportunities to learn and grow in them. Therefore, we will find the flower of the self that harmonious memories have achieved. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 9번 윤보영 학생이 개인적인 사정으로 참석하지 못했고 참가번호 10번 박은광 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 The Power of Technology.
Today, I want to discuss the advancement of technology. Let's imagine going back 20 years. Many things we couldn't have imagined that are now part of our lives. 20 years ago, smartphones were like dream gadgets. People could barely make calls and spend texts. Now, with a few swipes, we can video chat, find recipes, and shop online. Have you thought about the changes that made this convenience possible? Technology development is almost magical. For instance, artificial intelligence makes life easier. When you ask an AI, "What's the weather today?" it quickly provides accurate information. It can even recommend music or movies, sometimes with amusing results. However, technological advancements aren't always positive. With self-driving cars, some worry that human driving skills will fade. While this could reduce accidents, can we fully trust AI? It shows that as technology grows, so do our responsibilities. Consider smart homes. Imagine controlling light with your voice or having your fridge manage grocery. At first, it's fascinating, but you might wonder, can my fridge read my mood? Our way of living with technology will evolve. Finally, technology offers new opportunities. During COVID-19 pandemic, remote work and online education expected access to learning. Technology has improved our life in unexpected ways. Conclusion, technological advancement have brought significant changes. As we adapt, we can creatively a better future. Let's embrace technology and welcome this new area creatively. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 11번 김정우 학생입니다. 제목은 Hey ChatGPT.
Hello everyone. Today I'm going to talk about why we still need to study. We are living in the AI era, right? With tools like ChatGPT, we get answers in an instant. Hey ChatGPT, how's the weather today? Don't go outside. Perfect answer, right? But with such smart AI, why do we still need to study? Imagine yourself struggling with a textbook and AI says, I can't give the answer faster. You might wonder, then why do I need to study? The first reason is critical thinking. AI provides information quickly, but it's not always accurate. If you ask, what are next week's lottery numbers? It might say 6, 12, 23, 34. The rest is random. Really? Will that help your chances? We need to develop the ability to think, wait a minute, something seems up here when AI gives us strange answers. The second reason is creativity. AI is incredibly smart, right? It gives answers in an instant. But the problem is that AI only produces answers based on existing data. Creating something new is a challenge for it. For example, when you're in class wondering, how can I solve this equation better? AI would say you need to base the answer on data. But creativity comes from unraveling the complexities of that equation and coming up with new ideas. In other words, when solving an equation, you need the ability to think. This isn't just math. It feels like exploring a math. The third reason is empathy and communication. AI relies on algorithms, but it doesn't understand emotions. If you're feeling down and tell AI, comfort me, it might respond with, skip the negative feeling. Would that comfort you? Instead, we need to learn how to understand and share each other's feelings. We need the ability to say, this is how I feel. In the end, studying is a process that grows both our mind and our heart. So, don't fall into the trap of thinking AI will study for you. That's like asking AI to eat meals for you and saying, you go on the diet for me. AI is just a tool. It can't replace our growth process. Next time you study, instead of asking ChatGPT, why do I need to study? Ask yourself, why am I studying? Then we found the answer. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 12번 김유지 학생입니다. 제목은 Do What You Really Want.
Wow, I want to be like that. Someone who dances and sings on stage. Mom, I want to be a celebrity. But no, I think this suits you better, said my mom. As a child, I loved singing and I often dreamed of living a life where I could shine on stage. But as I grew up, the world around me changed and so did my dreams. My dreams were no longer mine. They were shaped by what my parents wanted and what society considered successful. Over time, I lost myself and forgot what happiness really was. Then one day, I watched the movie Elemental. In this movie, Amber had her own dreams, but because of her parents' expectations, she couldn't follow them. She helped out at her family's shop, but she didn't seem happy. Wait, Amber seemed so familiar. It hit me. Amber was just like me. In the end, she decided to explore the unknown world beyond Elementary City, even though she didn't know what would happen. Amber seemed to shout at me, "Do what you really want to do." From that moment, I started to discover who I really am and what I truly love. I enjoy talking to people from other countries, and I love learning languages. That's why I'm preparing to study abroad. But it wasn't an easy decision. I was scared and uncertain. Could I really do well in a foreign country? What if I gave up and came back? Maybe it'd be easier to just attend a Korean university like everyone else. People around me told me to choose the safe and comfortable path, but deep down, I knew what made my heart race with excitement. Now, I've decided not to let fear hold me back. I'm going to chase what I really want. I used to be someone who was easily influenced by others, but now I know that real happiness comes when you follow your own dreams. Close your eyes and think about what really makes you happy. Come on, let's stop deceiving ourselves. Follow your precious dreams freely, because that's what makes you who you are. So, please do what you really want to do. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 13번 김주연 학생입니다. 제목으로는 Embrace the Challenge.
Today, I want to share how deeply inspired I was by Chairman Kim Tae-yeon of Lighthouse. Despite facing difficult situations, she possessed a challenging spirit, believing she could overcome anything. Through her persistent passion and spirit of challenge, she became the CEO of a renowned company. Her ability to overcome challenges with relentless dedication left a profound impression on me. Recently, I decided to apply this mindset during a school camp. Our team actively participated in various activities such as stage presentations and treasure hunts, embarrassing challenges with enthusiasm. As a result of collaborative efforts to support each other and pushing beyond our limits, we won 2 awards. This experience strongly reminded me of how upsetting challenges and working together can lead to remarkable success. Chairman Kim's example taught me that challenges are not obstacles, but opportunities for growth. Her courage and leisure changed my perspective when facing difficulties. And demonstrated that with the right mindset, significant obstacles can be overcome and outstanding results achieved. In conclusion, I encourage everyone to adopt a challenging spirit like Chairman Kim Tae-yeon's. See that every challenge as an opportunity for growth and push beyond your limits. By doing so, you can fully realize your potential and achieve great success. Thank you.
네, 다음으로는 참가번호 14번 서건종 학생입니다. 제목으로는 Shoot Goal In.
Uno, dos, tres, Hala Madrid! Hello, judges and everyone here. Cristiano Ronaldo is known as one of the best soccer players in the world. We all know about his amazing skills and success, but many people don't know about the many challenges he faced to reach the top. Ronaldo was bullied and criticized during his time at Sporting CP. And even when he played for Manchester United and Real Madrid, fans would sometimes boo him. However, Ronaldo never gave up. He used the criticism to motivate himself to train harder. And in the end, he became the best in the world. I have similar experience. When I first started playing soccer, I made many mistakes and often missed chance to score. One main thing harder was that I had to play as a defender instead of the forward position I wanted. The criticism I received from people around me often made me want to quit. One day, I watched a documentary about Ronald, and it completely changed the way I thought, seeing how he overcame challenges that were much bigger than mine. I decided not to give up and to work even harder. After that, I focused on training and improving my weaknesses. As time passed, my skill improved, and finally, I was able to play in the forward position I had dreamed of for a long time. Through this experience, I learned that challenges don't stop us, but give us a chance to grow. Like Ronald, I will continue to face and challenges head on, and never give up. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 15번 허주성 학생입니다. 제목으로는 스톡 브로커.
Hello everyone. Today, I want to share a little about my story. Ever since I was young, I've often been asked, what's your dream? For a long time, I didn't have a clear answer. But now, I can confidently say that my dream is to work at a securities company. It wasn't an easy journey to get here. But I realized that following my passion is what matters most. I've always been fascinated by economics, especially how social issues impact the economy. I also enjoy explaining what I've learned to others. That's why I decided that I wanted to work in the field of economics, specifically at a securities company. Originally, I planned to go to an engineering college, so I focused heavily on math and practically gave up on Korean. But as I shifted my goal to economics, I realized that Korean was a crucial part of the college entrance exam. Discovering this just 2 months before the exam was overwhelming. I hadn't studied Korean for over 5 months, which made me even more anxious. However, I couldn't give up on my dream, so I decided to dive back into studying Korean. Starting over wasn't easy, but making this tough decision reinforced my commitment to my dream. Despite the concerns and advice from others, I realized that the true happiness comes from doing what I love. In the end, my dream isn't just about choosing a career. It's about finding a path where I can be truly happy. I'm determined to pursue this dream, and I hope that all of you will also find the courage to follow your dreams and discover true happiness. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 16번 장진우 학생입니다. 제목으로는 The Empty Pen.
All right, let's dive into something crucial today. Pens. Yeah, pens, you heard me right. You're probably expecting me to talk about world peace or why socks mysteriously vanish in the laundry, but nah. It's all about pens. Stay with me on this, I promise it'll make sense. I'm a senior in high school, and it feels like I'm on a reality show called Who Wants to Go to College? Spoiler alert, nobody really wants to go. But here I am, doing what I need to do, burning through an insane amount of pens just to survive this wild ride. Remember those things we used to write before smartphones took over? Yeah, pens still exist, and I'm using them like it's 1999. Here's where it gets interesting. There's something oddly satisfying about finishing a pen. Hear me out. It's like a tiny reward for all your hard work. The ink running dry isn't just the end of a pen's life. It's proof that you've accomplished something monumental. It's like, wow, I actually finished something. But in reality, I've only managed to make it through 30 pages on my 500-page workbook. Baby steps, right? So, why do I feel so triumphant when the pen runs out? It's not like it's going to throw a party or hand me a diploma. There's no confetti, no round of applause, just a silent. Well, you've used me up, good luck at the rest. Yet still, the feeling of accomplishment is there. Maybe it's because I've scribbled, I hate math, enough times to drain the ink. Finishing a pen is kind of like running a marathon. There's no shiny medal at the end, but the victory is real. You don't need a trophy to feel like you've achieved something. Sometimes just holding up the empty pen and saying, look, I made it through, is all the recognition you need. Surviving high school is tough enough without expecting a medal for every little win. Let's be honest, High school is basically a game of endurance. It's like a never-ending competition to see how much stress we can handle before we break. So, when a pen finally runs dry, it's not just a tool that's done its job. It's proof that I'm still fighting a good fight. If I can finish this pen, I can totally make it through the semester, right? Now, if only my brain would get with the program. You know those small victories in life, the ones that seem insignificant but mean the world, like cooking dinner without setting off the smoke alarm or playing a guitar chord without making it sound like a cat in distress? Those little wins are what keep us going. They remind us that despite all the chaos, we are doing just fine. So, the next time you finish a pen, don't just toss it in the trash without a second thought. Take a moment to appreciate that tiny victory. Maybe even hold a mini funeral for it, because that little pen represents your success. And who knows, maybe finishing a pen means you can conquer that giant workbook next, or at least figure out where those missing socks went. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 진행하기 전에 한 가지 공지 드리겠습니다. 발표를 끝낸 학생들은 다른 데 돌아다니지 마시고 자기 자리에 착석해 주시면 좋겠습니다. 네, 다음으로는 첨가번호 17번 김정현 학생입니다. 제목으로는 Becoming a Car Designer.
Since I was young, I have loved cars. Seeing all the different shapes and colors made me excited, and I dream of designing cars myself. So I started learning art. Drawing the car design in my sketchbook made me really happy. But as I got older, I found out that art was harder than I thought. Designing cars wasn't done just about drawing. It involved learning complex techniques, which was tough. Sometimes I wondered if I could really become a car designer. When things got tough, I remember Enzo Piari. He started as a race driver in a small town in Italy. He faced many failures but kept trying and created Piari, a famous car brand. Piari believed that only people who never give up can reach their dream, and this belief helped him succeed. I also felt like giving up sometimes. As a high school senior, the pressure of exam and school made my dream seem far away. I even thought about choosing a different path, but deep inside, my passion for car design never disappeared. Now, as a high school senior, I am still working toward my dream. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 18번 정승원 학생입니다. 제목으로는 Finding My Place Like the Ugly Duckling.
When I was young, I was often bullied for being different, which left me feeling isolated and alone. From 5th grade to the second year of middle school, school life was painful, and I struggled to fit in. During this difficult time, my mother read me The Ugly Duckling, a story that resonated deeply with me, because it mirrored my own feelings of rejection. In The Ugly Duckling, the duckling is rejected and bullied and for feeling different. Even by its own family, it goes through many hardships, but eventually discovers it's not duckling, but beautiful swan like a duckling. And fled out of place and didn't know where I belonged and often wanted to escape from others. Judgment, but I didn't know how. As I entered the middle school, the situation didn't improve. I found myself in a conflict with classmates, and I started helping myself to cope with the pain. I often at lunch, and it wasn't until a teacher noticed that I began to socialize more. Through I made some friends. Tension continued, and I eventually found myself isolated again. High school wasn't much better. I got into the more conflicts, and during one incident, I injured my eye and needed surgery. Lying in the hospital, filled with regret, I remembered the ugly duckling. It reminded me that, like a duckling, I might be going through my own difficult winter. The story gave me hope that one day I too could find where I try belong. Truth challenges remain. I continue to believe that, like a duckling, I realize above my struggles and find my place in the world. Thank you.
감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 19번 유지우 학생입니다. 제목으로는 My dream is to be a deathbed.
My dream is to be a deadbeat. When you think of the word deadbeat, what comes to mind? Someone who is idle or lazy. But when I think of the word deadbeat, it is something that makes me free about the constraint of society. Have you ever thought about wanting to be a deadbeat? If you have, I'm curious when they might have been. In fact, there are people who share this perspective. For example, Ariane Huffington once decided to focus on writing rather than being tied to a traditional job. Although she faced difficulties in the beginning, she eventually founded the Huffington Post and successfully led it to become a global media company. Huffington is an example of someone who ventured beyond traditional paths and achieved great success. There is a similar story about a high school senior who felt his future was bleak due to poor grades. While other friends had excellent grades and bright futures, this student felt his own future was already over. However, he began to view the situation from a new perspective. He realized that a life without the burden of a job or financial pressures could be more free and fulfilling. So he decided to pursue what he truly enjoyed, free from the job or money. This dream must seem unrealistic, but it opened up new possibilities for him. He started exploring new interests, learning new skills, and redefining his idea of success. In fact, this dream is my own. I've experienced the difficulties and setbacks that this student faced. Through the journey, I found a new beginning and true happiness. Ultimately, what matters is not traditional jobs or money, but enjoying your journey, learning from failures, and finding what truly makes you happy. When your future feels uncertain or frustrating, I encourage you to find your own path and start anew with hope. There is not just one path. Thank you.
네, 다음으로는 참가번호 20번 이채영 학생입니다. 제목으로는 What if there's no anxiety?
We need to help rally prepared. Now is the time to set up at every possible thing that could go wrong. We are looking for the future. These lines I just mentioned are from Inside Out 2, referring to the emotion anxiety. The main character Riley, a hockey player, becomes so anxious before entering the arena that she prepares for every worst-case scenario. The feeling of anxiety that Riley experiences is very familiar to me as well. Even as I stand here speaking, my heart races at the thought of making a mistake. But would I truly be happy without the feeling of anxiety? Earlier this year, when I ran for school president, all the candidates seemed like excellent choices who were bound to win. Meanwhile, I was just an ordinary student. The more I noticed the difference, the more anxiety began to rise within me. What if I ask them to vote for me and become a laughing stock? What if I don't get elected and am ignored? Anxiety made me feel powerless to do anything. Then one day, I noticed a friend who remained calm in every situation. And I was surprised. I asked, "Hey, how can you stay so calm in every situation? Don't you ever feel anxious?" My friend replied, I often feel anxious, but I don't try to eliminate it. Instead, I accept it naturally, and I have believed it make better decisions. Hearing those words completely changed my perspective. I had thought that anxiety was a destructive emotion, but it turned out to be a helpful one. After that, I sought advice over 50 people, and ultimately, I was able to get elected as president. Most people consider anxiety an unnecessary emotion. However, anxiety helps us focus on one thing and shows us how to solve the problems we might not have thought about before. Will you try to eliminate anxiety, or will you use it to prepare for the future? Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 21번 이상지 학생입니다. 제목으로는 MVP Communication.
Today, I want to share a personal lesson I learned about the importance of communication. In South Korea, effective communication is highly valued, and I experienced firsthand how crucial it is. There was a time when a friend of mine harbored some negative feelings towards me, but I had no idea about it. We never talked about our feelings or concerns, so the lack of communication led to misunderstandings. That eventually escalated into a conflict. The situation even got so bad that I ended up hitting my friend, which was a shocking outcome that could have been avoided. This experience taught me a valuable lessons that I don't communicate misunderstandings can quickly turn into a conflict. Effective communication is not just about talking. It's about sharing our feelings and addressing issues before they became major problems. By openly discussing our thoughts and concerns, we can prevent into conflict, build stronger relationships, and create a more understanding environment. This is especially important in personal relationships and social interactions. Where clear and honest communication helps us resolve issues and avoid unnecessary stress. Some misunderstandings might be unavoidable, but we can always try to minimize them. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 22번 이부림 학생입니다. 제목으로는 That is why we should study.
As a high school senior in Korea, I feel the anguish of the bid to study every day, suffering from countless subjects and exam preparations. The time given is limited, competition intensifies, and sometimes questions arise about the meaning of studying. Why do we have to study so hard? In the modern society,
Studying is meaningful in that it is not just about improving grades, but also about determining the direction of our lives and preparing for the future. In this section, let's look at some of the reasons why we need to study. First, studying helps us understand the world through the acquisition of knowledge. As we learn various subjects, we build basic knowledge in many fields, such as history, science, and language. This knowledge is essential for us to live as members of society and help us understand and analyze various phenomena in the world. For example, studying history contributes to understanding the present and predicting the future through past events. Second, studying plays an important role in developing problem-solving skills and critical thinking. Problems we encounter in various subjects can broaden our thinking and help us find creative solutions. For example, you develop logical thinking by solving math problems, and you experience hypothesis and verification through scientific experiments. This process is very useful for solving various problems we encounter in the real world. Third, studying lays the foundation for individual growth and development. Through studying, we can deepen our understanding ourselves and identify our strengths and weaknesses. Also, our self-management skills improve in the process of setting goals and making plans to achieve them. These self-improvements provide us with better job opportunities in the long run and lead satisfactory lives. In conclusion, studying is not just preparation for exams, but an essential process in living a life. It is also a way to develop yourself, develop thinking skills, and contribute to society. So studying is important and necessary for all of us. I hope you don't miss the opportunity to develop yourself through studying, even in this moment. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 23번 김혜원 학생입니다. 제목으로는 I wouldn't mind if you steal the show.
Imagine this. Standing on the stage, bathed in dazzling lights, with everyone's eyes fixed solely on you. In that moment, as the perfect main character, I finally feel like I'm truly shining. Now, let me ask you a question. Which role would you prefer? The spotlight or the supporting role? Of course, I always wanted to be in the spotlight. A supporting role. Well, honestly, there was a spot I tried to avoid whenever possible. But then, something happened that made a seemingly insignificant supporting role shine brighter than any other role. In July of this year, I got a chance to take part in a forum where high-ranking officials from various countries gathered to discuss and debate. For about a week, I was responsible for assisting these officials. During the time, I worked more and thought more and worked harder to make sure they were comfortable. Of course, there were times when I was physically exhausted and working for someone wasn't as easy as I thought. But when the forum ended, what lingered in my heart wasn't the hardship or the feeling of missing the spotlight. Instead, it was the realization that the officials I helped were able to have a more comfortable time because of my efforts. Despite the challenges, I found myself feeling incredibly happy in that role of supporting others. Through this public servant forum, I learned that sacrificing for someone else is one of the most valuable things I could do. Sometimes, when we look up at the night sky, we see countless stars and the moon shining brightly. What we don't see is the sun, which allows them to shine. At first, I wanted to be one of those bright stars. But I've come to realize that the more important role is not being the one who shines, but being the one who shines light on others, helping them glow. So, let me ask you once more. Which role would you prefer? The spotlight or the supporting role? I think I know the answer for sure now. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 24번 강예은 학생입니다. 제목으로는 Steps of Faith, Miracles of Change.
Have you ever thought about what could truly change your life? Is it talent, hard work? To me, faith is the answer. Faith has the power to create miracles even when things seem impossible. If it's not easy for you to agree, I'll prove it now. 6 months ago, our school principal said, "Go win the grand prize at the World Dance Festival." We were just amateurs with no professional training, and this competition was full of pros. Everything felt like a struggle at first. We didn't know each other well, finding a practice space was tough, and our moves were completely out of sync. One move even took us 2 hours to get right. As the competition got closer, nothing seemed to be going right. Costumes, choreography changes, you name it. With just a week left, I started to wonder, can we really win? Then our teacher said something. A true pro is someone who moves forward with faith, no matter where they're at now. It's all about what you believe and aim for. That changed everything. We realized a pro isn't someone perfect, but someone who keeps pushing forward despite their flaws. From then on, we started calling each other Pro-Kang, Pro-Lee, and practiced with confidence. That belief that we're pros made practice fun, and things fell into place. We got professional instructors, a director, costume designers, and even daily snack sponsorships to keep us going. I saw many helping hands addressing our biggest problems one by one. On the big day, we passed the preliminaries easily and gave our best performance in the finals. The audience cheered like crazy. Even more amazing, we outscored a top-level professional dance team. In the end, we won silver. But I gained something far more valuable than gold that day: the changes that faith can bring. Faith changes everything. It wasn't just about a dance competition. It shaped who I am and influenced my entire life. Faith is the key to becoming a better person and achieving the impossible. So, before I finish, let me ask, if faith is the only key to achieving your goal, will you choose to believe or not? Thank you.
감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 25번 황수정 학생입니다. 제목으로는 Dreaming Big, My Journey to Win Anton's Heart.
Get a guitar, get a guitar. Whoo! Hi everyone. Today I want to share the biggest dream of my life with you. And that dream is none other than marrying Anton from the K-pop boy group Rise. Woo! To me, Anton is not just a celebrity. He's my life goal, my inspiration, and the reason I strive every day to become a better person. When I heard that his ideal type is someone who is intelligent, I decided to study really hard because in order to win his heart, I need to be wise and knowledgeable. I'm not just hitting the books to reach my dream. For example, I recently heard that Anton is performing at the Busan Rock Festival. And guess what? I managed to get sponsor ticket from an insider. Then I went to the rock festival and I saw Anton's insanely handsome face. As soon as I saw him, I knew I had to marry him. Also, after my university entrance exams are over, I'm planning to go on a diet so I can look even better next to him. Every day I'm growing and getting closer to my dream. My love for Anton has made me stronger and more passionate, and it keeps me from giving up. This dream might sound too big, but I genuinely want to make it come true. My sincere heart and determined effort guiding me forward. So, do any of you have a big dream like mine? If not, I hope my story inspires you to find your own dream today. Dreams lead us to a better place and help us grow. Until the day I marry Anton, I won't give up. And I hope you all keep pushing for your dreams too. Dreams really can come true. Anton, I love you, and thank you all for listening.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 26번 이다은 학생입니다. 제목으로는 Building Bridge.
Have you ever thought about why a bridge doesn't collapse? The reason is bridges are built with carefully calculated pillars, support, and beams that evenly distribute the load. If the foundation isn't strong, the bridge can lose balance and collapse. The safety of a bridge depends on how sturdy its base is. Like a bridge, communication also needs a strong foundation to succeed. I used to believe that just by showing who I am, I could get along with others. However, even when I expressed myself honestly, people started to distance themselves from me. Eventually, I became afraid to talk to others without realizing it. Conversations felt like crossing a long, shaky suspension bridge. Feeling hopeless, I went to my teacher for advice. The teacher told me, everyone thinks about themselves first, but it's really important to consider the feeling of others. At that moment, my careless words flashed before my eyes. I realized that some of those words might have hurt someone. After that, I began to pay more attention to what my friends said and how they felt. I noticed that my friend Violet always seems cautious when talking to me. At first, I thought, why is she so scared? Am I that difficult? But soon, I realized that I had a problem, and I tried to be more considerate of her. And as time went on, small changes began to happen. One day, Viola said to me, "Lately, you've been really nice to me." That comment brought me more joy than I expected. Even now, I sometimes speak without thinking, but each time I try to notice others' reaction and consider their feelings. In the end, I believe that a heart that can think of others build a strong bridge that connects us with the people on the other side. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 27번 김혜성 학생입니다. 제목으로는 Door to Happiness Communication.
Effective communication is key to overcoming challenges and achieving personal growth. A notable example is Nelson Mandela, who spent 27 years in prison, focused on reconciliation rather than revenge. His ability to communicate with both supporters and adversaries was crucial in United South Africa. Mandela's stories highlights how communication can turn difficulties into opportunities. I realized this during my senior year of high school when I struggled with my grades and felt overwhelmed about my future. Despite my hard work, my grades didn't improve, leading to anxiety and a fear of losing my sense of purpose. I shared my struggles with my mother, who comforted me by saying, "Life isn't only about grades or immediate success. The challenges you faced are part of your growth." Her words helped me see that my value wasn't solely defined by academic achievement. This experience taught me that communication is essential for overcoming challenges and gaining new perspectives. Sharing our problems and seeking support can help us navigate setbacks and focus on personal growth. Through my conversation with my mother, I learned that effective communication is crucial for creating a meaningful future. Thank you.
네, 다음으로는 참가번호 28번 김형민 학생입니다. 제목으로는 God Fulfill My Shortcomings.
Do you know Hwang Jung-min? He's a representative actor of Korea, and his journey to becoming an actor is an incredible story that showcases the importance of perseverance. For nearly 10 years, he faced repeated rejections and struggled to land significant roles. However, he did not let these setbacks extinguish his passion for acting. Eventually, he found his breakthrough with Waikiki Brothers, a success built on years of relentless effort. His journey teaches us that success does not happen instantly. It requires patience, persistence, and the ability to overcome adversity. Hwang Jung-min is also known for his humility. Despite reaching the top, he approaches each new role as if it were his first. He constantly seeks to grow, ensuring that arrogance does not hinder his development. I am currently a senior in high school, and I started acting later than most. Although I began late, my school schedule limits my time at acting academies, meaning I have to work 2 to 3 times harder than others. However, I do not practice as diligently as I should. Additionally, I have a shy personality, which is not well suited for acting. I also lack the perseverance and humility that Hwang possesses. When I achieve a little success, I tend to get carried away and grow complacent about my growth. Nevertheless, I'm applying to top universities and learning acting despite the criticism I face. Why? This is because I believe that God, who can make me the best in the world, is within me. There's a moment when I fear I shouldn't be acting. If I get into university, I might give up on being an actor quickly. However, because God hears me and keeps my heart steady, I continue to pursue this path regardless of criticism or my own shortcomings. Everyone, what dreams do you hold? Is the path towards those dreams difficult? Even when it seems impossible and fear creeps in, do not give up. As long as you have faith in God, you will achieve your dreams no matter what. Thank you.
감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 29번 최민기 학생입니다. 제목으로는 The Core of Relationship.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I'd like to ask you to. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to share a story that goes beyond the mere success to explore the essence of human relationship and how an individual used this understanding to change the world. The protagonist of this story is none other than Dale Carnegie, a man who has profoundly influenced the lives of countless people around the globe. Dale Carnegie was born the son of a poor farmer. Despite the challenging circumstances, he self-educated and gained business acumen through various jobs. He entered the steel industry and in 1901, he sold his company to J.P. Morgan, amassing great wealth and driving innovation to steel industry. Through his business, he realized the importance of human relationship, and he understood that every person has a desire to feel important, and making others feel valued is the key to the successful relationship. His philosophy on relationship became the foundation of his business success, and he had a significant impact on American industry. I also had the opportunity to read Dale Carnegie's book, but before reading this book, I didn't understand the importance of human relationship. I often hurting others and struggling in relationship. Because of it, I neglected my relationship. After reading Carnegie's book, I realized the essence of a human society lies in human relationship. And those relationships stem from human nature. Thanks to this insight, I now strive to apply 3 simple principles: give a compliment and smile, don't criticize, which have helped me transform my relationship for the better. Lastly, I'd like to ask you to remember 3 things: give a compliment, smile, and don't criticize. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 30번 백나림 학생입니다. 제목으로는 The Secret to Being Loved.
Why did Scarecrow receive an award? Because he was outstanding in his field. At first, I thought that being kind, polite, and always listening was the secret to being loved by everyone. And to be honest, it worked. People loved me. But as I continued to try to be the scarecrow that everyone liked the most, I realized that something was missing. I wanted to be loved. So I tried my best to make people like me. I wasn't always the most polite or kindest person, but I tried to be. And people loved me regardless of my shortcomings. But I was still longing for people's love. Recently, a teacher told me, even if you're ignored, criticized, or sacrificed, getting out of your self-protective mindset can receive real respect from others. It made me look back on myself. It wasn't just those words that touched me.
It was the way my teacher lived by them. Spending time with them, I could see how they gave love first, without hesitation or expecting anything in return. That genuine, proactive kindness wasn't just advice. It was something I could feel and learn from. I always wanted to be loved, but I wasn't used to giving love. I was too focused on protecting myself, so I was afraid to give it to others first. But when I looked back, I didn't need to worry about it. People gave me more love and support than I did. Then, what is the secret to being loved? It doesn't make a perfect scarecrow for everyone. You don't have to worry about harvesting. But first, you have to be the one who plants the seeds of love. It didn't change completely overnight. But I wanted to share it with people who thought like me. We are all people who want to be loved. So, rather than protecting me, let's give love freely. After all, the best way to be loved is to start love first. Thank you for listening, and thank you, teacher.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 31번 정찬호 학생입니다. 제목으로는 The Ugly Duckling.
Everyone knows the story The Ugly Duckling liked. It's about the duckling who's bullied by other dogs, only to discover later that it's a beautiful one. At first, the duckling suffers because it looks different from the others, but over time, it realizes its identity. Let me compare this story my own experience. I love basketball, reading, and play guitar, but never had much interest in anything else. Study or doing other activities felt bothersome and unnecessary. So I kept procrastinating on things I needed to do. And when I saw my friends working hard, I would laugh, thinking, why are you so stressed out? One day, my teacher said to me, why are you living like the ugly duckling? That comment made me think deeply. Thanks to my teacher's advice, I realized that I hadn't been seeing my true potential or value. Watching my friends working hard toward their dreams, I began to understand why their effort mattered. So I decided to change my attitude. I still enjoy basketball and the guitar, but now I also put in effort into study and other activities to prepare for my future. Every day, I strive to make my days more meaningful by working harder. I believe the ugly duckling didn't realize it was a swan just because of its appearance, but because it understood its potential and worth. Now, my teacher's advice and the support from those around me feel incredibly valuable, and I'm working to improve myself in every way I can. In the end, I try to grow from an ugly duckling into my beautiful swan. I hope you all can discover yourself and keep strive to. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 32번 한주은 학생입니다. 제목으로는 Discovering Value in Impaction.
There was a time when I was constantly caught up in the question, why am I so ordinary? I'm short, I don't have any remarkable talents, and I don't think of myself as particularly smart. This thought haunted me, especially during my sophomore year when I took a hiking trip across Gangwon province. After injuring my ankle the previous year and being unable to finish the hike, I was determined to complete it this time. During the hike, I saw some friends struggling, and I thought, I want to help them. However, leading them turned out to be harder than I expected. It felt like At first, I reassured myself, saying, "You can do this." But as time went on, the confidence began to fade. I kept questioning myself. Can I pull this off? Then while walking, I noticed a cockroach plant. I thought, this annoying thing keeps sticking to my legs. It felt like it mirrored my shortcomings. I thought this plant is hard to love, just like me. My heart felt heavier. But then I spotted a small yellow flowers by the roadside. I was amazed. Wait, this flower came from the cockaboo? In that moment, I realized that even something ordinary can produce something beautiful. If a cockaboo can bloom a flower, then maybe I can bring joy and help others too. Ultimately, I found my value in my imperfection. I want to remind you that even if you don't feel perfect, there is precious value in who you are. Sometimes you might feel anxious by comparing yourself to others. But remember that your uniqueness belongs only to you. We all have our own cockaboos. Yet even within them, we can bloom beautiful flower. Believe. Then you can be a source of hope for someone. And keep moving forward. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 참가번호 33번 이나영 학생은 개인적인 사정으로 불참하게 되었고요. 34번 박규리 학생입니다. 제목은 100% possibility.
"100% positivity? That's my nickname. I believe that with this positive mindset, I could overcome any challenge in life. But this year, I encountered something that my positivity alone couldn't handle. This year, I was selected by my school to participate in the biggest national dance competition with my juniors. Preparing for the performance with them was not easy. My juniors would get hurt by the smallest comments, overly worry about others' opinions, and sometimes refuse to practice when they were in a bad mood. Practicing together was no longer fun. Even though it was tough, my positive mindset kept me smiling. I would tell them, "It's okay, we can do it again." Or, "Come on, we can handle this." I thought that if I stay positive, my practice would become enjoyable. However, my juniors didn't change. I wanted to stay positive. I started to feel drained. My flame of positivity began to fade. When I ran out of positivity, I realized I needed help. So I talked to my teacher. To my surprise, The teacher said that if I didn't share my feelings with my juniors, our practice would never be enjoyable. How? I was doubtful that sharing my feelings would change anything, but I decided to try. I approached my juniors, even though it was uncomfortable at first, and started connecting with them. The things I couldn't understand through positivity alone were naturally resolved once I shared my feelings. The juniors who frustrated me, now younger sibling I wanted to care of. By sharing our heart, I didn't just become 100% positive. I became 100% happy. I learned that my positivity alone couldn't handle. I learned that my positivity would quickly fade if I couldn't share it with others. Just like a great phone loses power if it's not charged. My positivity stays strong when I shared it. I become 100% happy. Are you ready to 100% happy too? Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 1부 마지막 발표자입니다. 참가원 번호 35번 정지성 학생입니다. 제목은 피드백.
Have you ever created something? Perhaps you built with Lego as a child, try a DIY project at home. One figure that comes to when I think of inventor is General Radeon, the designer of the turtle ship. The turtle ship while the play a crucial role during the engineer. Not much is known about this construction process. Before the engineer, Joseon Navy needed a new ship. General Radeon designed the turtle ship to address the shortcoming of existing vessels. However, building it was no easy task. To create a turtle ship, heavy and thick wood was necessary, and adding iron plate increased its weight even more. Despite this challenge, General Radeon persevered and continued his research, ultimately achieving great success at the Battle of Hansando. This attitude has affected my life beyond video production. I often ignore advice from teachers and felt satisfied with my judgment, leading to stagnation in my growth. However, through the process revising of video, solving for better result, I realized that this regarding feedback hindered my progress. To improve video, I must accept other opinion, an open mind, and continuously make adjustment. Just as General Radeon embraced the perseverance and the wisdom of others, I recognize that that stands in my own life. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 지금까지 35명의 3학년 학생들의 발표를 들으셨는데요. 여러분 모두 수고하셨고요. 네, 이것으로 1부 발표를 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 그리고 지금부터는 잠시 점심시간을 가지도록 하겠습니다. 2부에는 1학년 학생들의 발표가 이어집니다. 그래서 많은 관심과 적극적인 참여 부탁드리고요. 유튜브를 시청하시고 계시는 가족분들과 학부모님들께서는 응원의 댓글도 많이 적어주시면 감사하겠습니다. 교내 영어 말하기 대회 2부는 1시 30분에 시작합니다. 참가자 학생들께서는 1시 15분까지 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. 이것으로 1부 발표를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 영어 말하기 대회, 교내 영어 말하기 대회를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 2부에는 1학년 학생들의 발표가 이어집니다. 발표 순서와 번호는 다시 1번부터 시작된다는 점 참고해 주시기 바랍니다. 그러면 첫 번째 1학년 첫 번째 발표자로 김효선 학생이 발표하겠습니다. 제목은 The Importance of Communication.
Have you ever experienced misunderstandings in your relationships due to poor communication? Today, I want to talk about the importance of communication. Recently, I started at the new high school with a dormitory in a different region. At first, adapting to this new environment and meeting new people was really challenging for me. Living in a dormitory and having to adjust to group life with people I had never met before was particularly difficult. The lack of smooth communication with friends from diverse backgrounds led to a lack of understanding and occasional conflict. Sometimes I felt like there were many friends I couldn't relate to or understand. However, I had the opportunity to spend time talking with my friends. By honestly sharing my thoughts and feelings, I was able to get a chance to understand my friends a bit better. As we shared our thoughts and emotions, we gradually came to understand each other more, and our relationships improved significantly. From this experience, I realized just how important communication is. Communication is more than just exchanging words. It's about understanding each other's feeling, reducing misunderstandings. Through honest conversation, I learned that listening to others and clearly expressing our thoughts help better relationships. Good communication is enriches our connections, helps us adapt to new environments, and makes collaboration smoother. So remember to express your thoughts openly and listen adaptively to others. Thank you for listening.
다음으로 두 번째 발표자 이승준 학생입니다. 제목은 How to Communicate Well.
Hello everyone. Have you ever had a fight with a friend? Because you couldn't understand each other. I have this experience too, while working on a school project with my friend. My friend and I couldn't agree on anything. We both felt the other person wasn't listening. And our conflict just kept growing. That's when I learned something important. Communication is just about thinking or listening. It's about thoroughly understanding each other. Today, we have many ways to communication face to face. Through text or social media, but misunderstanding still happen. Why is that? Let me share 3 things I learned from my experience. First, listen carefully. I thought I was listening to my friend, but I was really just waiting for my turn to speak. When I started really listening to what they were saying, I understood their point, and we couldn't work together much better. Second, show empathy. Communication is not just about words. It's also about understanding feelings. I wasn't thinking about how my friend felt, but when I tried to see things
From the perspective, I helped us solve our conflict more easily. Finally, be clear. I assumed my friend understood what I means, but the confusion happened because I wasn't clear enough. Once I explained my ideas more clearly, the misunderstanding disappeared. In conclusion, communication is the key to relationship, whether it's with friends, families, or at school. How we communication affect our relationship? By listen carefully, show empathy, and being clear, we can avoid misunderstanding and build strong connections. Thank you.
네, 다음으로 세 번째 발표자 유지혜 학생입니다. 제목은 Embrace Communication to Overcoming Social Anxiety.
Have you ever seen animated characters worrying about what others think of them? For example, in Frozen, Elsa feels anxious that her powers might make people afraid of her or push them away. Similarly, we often find ourselves preoccupied with how others perceive us, leading to feelings of anxiety. Such worries can affect our social interactions. Today, I want to talk about how we deal with these anxieties and why meaningful communication is crucial for overcoming them. These feelings of anxiety can make it increasingly difficult to engage with others. When we worry that our friends might view us negatively, it can make our time together less enjoyable and even uncomfortable. This can lead us to avoid social situations and spend more time alone. But are these concerns really accurate? One day, while reminiscing with a friend about past memories, I discovered how they truly felt about me. My friend talked about our shared experiences with warmth and fondness, and it became clear that they did not find me uncomfortable at all. At the moment, I realized that how many of my worries were baseless. My friends actually valued our time together and enjoyed being with me. What I learned from this experience is that we often create unnecessary anxiety by overthinking what others might think of us. However, most people do not judge us as harshly as we fear, and we tend to be our own harshest critics. Meaningful communication is key to clearing up misunderstandings and understanding each other better. By doing so, we can overcome our anxieties and build healthier, happier relationships. So try not to get too caught up in worrying about what others' opinion. Believe in yourself and approach people with an open mind. By doing this, we can create more positive and enjoyable relationships. Thank you for listening.
다음으로 네 번째 참가자 이경태 학생입니다. 제목은 Breaking the Silence: The Power of Communication.
Ladies and gentlemen, I happened to come across an impressive speech while scrolling through YouTube Shorts. The speaker was a fighter named Paddy Pimblett. After winning a match, he gave an interview. There's a stigma in this world. If you're a man and you've got weight on your shoulders and you think the only way you can solve it is by killing yourself, please speak to someone. Speak to anyone. Let's get rid of this stigma and men start talk. Hearing this interview made me reflect on my own struggle at the time. I often wondered, why does it feel like everyone hates me? Or why is this friend suddenly avoiding me? These thoughts were weighing on me. However, after listening to Paddy, I thought, just because I'm a guy doesn't mean I can't express myself. And I found the courage to talk to my teacher. My teacher advised me to express my feelings to my friends. He suggested saying things like, so I want to tell all of you, if you have something troubling you, don't hesitate to speak up. Just like Paddy suggested, if you feel something is up in your relationships, make sure to impressive speech. Make sure to the feelings. It might be uncomfortable at first, but it will make difference. Remember. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 5번째 순서입니다. 송예은 학생이 준비했습니다. 제목은 The Power of Family and Forgiveness.
Hello everyone, today I want to share a very touching moment in my life. I have two older brothers, both of who have massive problems since they were young. My eldest brother lost his ability to work at the age of 9, and my second brother at the age of 11. This was a really hard time for our family, especially for my parents and me. When my brother's illness got worse, it broke my parents' hearts. My mother felt like her world was falling apart and lost her hopes. She even got an eye problem that made it hard for her to see making this even together. My father, full of sadness and frustration, asked why such bad things had to happen to us. He sometimes spoke kindly to my brothers and unable to deal with his one pain, didn't take care of them they needed. There were times when he even hit them, and he realized on me for support, which was hard for me to handle. I began to hate my life, and often wished I couldn't get a raise. I often asked myself why our family had to go through such suffering, and I started avoiding my brothers. When they called my name, I ignored them, and sometimes I wouldn't come home and scold them, saying, "Please don't talk to me in public." My brothers grew scared of me and my father.
and the distance between us only grew. Despite everything, I finally began to understand how despite everything, my mother never giving up, trying to stay close to my brothers. She worried about that. Who would listen to them, and if their family avoided them, she made every effort to keep a strong bond with them. As time went on, my brother's healthy community to get worse, lead to hospital stay and surgeries. During this time, I finally began to understand how they felt. I realized how much pain I had caused them, and both my father and I was able to say sorry. The moment was one unforgettable, touching expression for me. Although I had concealed my brother's pain, I also learned about the true meaning of love and understanding of family. The expression brought our family back together, and I discovered what it means to really care of each other. Thank you.
네, 다음 발표자는 박영진 학생입니다. 제목은 How Foolish I Was.
Hello everyone. Can you guess how I'm feeling just by looking at my face? That's right, I probably look angry. I used to express my feelings this way quite often. While it's natural for emotions to show on our faces, my issue was that I didn't always speak about them directly. Today, I want to share a personal experience from 9th grade and highlight the critical importance of clear communication in our lives. One day during the last class of the day, I was feeling particularly down. I was sitting with a close friend, but unlike usual, I wasn't laughing at his jokes or enjoying our conversation. My issue was that he kept joking around. That day was different. My friend, not noticing my change in mood, continued to tease me, playfully dropping my pen, my notebook, and even my bag. I felt increasingly isolated and wanted to be alone. Instead of expressing my frustration or sadness directly, I hoped he would understand my feelings just by looking at my face. Unfortunately, my friend didn't pick up on these nonverbal signals and kept joking around. My frustration built up over time, and eventually I reached a breaking point and threw a notebook in anger. This sudden outburst made my friend very upset, and he ended up crying, which was never my intention. Looking back, I realized how crucial clear communication is. If I had spoken about my feelings directly, we could have avoided the misunderstandings and managed the situation in much more effective way. This experience was a valuable lesson in the importance of clear and effective communication. It showed me that by openly expressing our feelings and needs, we not only convey our perspective more clearly, but also helps to build and strengthen our relationships. Assuming that others will understand our feelings without clear verbal communication can lead to confusion, conflict, and unnecessary tension. In the end, my friend and I were able to reconcile and continue our friendship, but it was a hardened lesson. This situation reinforced for me that by openly expressing our feelings and needs, by being direct and honest is far more effective than expecting others to read our minds. Clear communication can prevent misunderstandings and foster healthier, more supportive relationships. Thank you for listening.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 7번째 참가자 김도근 학생입니다. 제목은 Why Should I Study?
Hello everyone, I have an important question for you all today. Why do you study? Some might say to get good grades or to make our parents happy. But let's be honest, Haven't we all wondered if it's really necessary? First, let's admit nobody really enjoys staying up late trying to figure out why x equals y or memorizing data of all the worlds, unless you love history, of course. But for most of us, it's thought, so why do we keep doing it? Well, here's a secret we study to survive. Imagine a world where you didn't study. Sound fun, right? One fast forward to 8 years you are at the grocery store trying to calculate your change without page mate. Yikes. Study is like building a life survival kit. It gives us tools for the future. Sure, we might not use every pet or formula every day, but the skills we learn, like problem solving and patience, are what really matter. Oh, and let's not forget the best part, impressing people who doesn't love casual dropping random knowledge and hearing, wow, you are so smart. If, if you don't really know what you are talking about, say it confidently, that's help the better. So studying might seem boring or frustrating and times, but it helps us level up in life. Plus, it gives us something to talk about other than binge watching shows. So keep hitting those books, and maybe one day we will finally figure out why x equal y. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 8번 김한솔 학생입니다. 제목으로는 Effect of Communication in Our Health.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I wanted to discuss the significance of communication and its effect on our lives, especially on our brain and mental health. Communication is vital for building and maintaining relationship. Personally, when I feel down, just being with a close friend brings me comfort. Their presence reminds me that I'm not alone. Studies show that positive social interaction lead to the release for neurotransmitters like dopamine and oxytocin, which enhance our mood and foster trust. Spending time with friends or family can lift our spirit even without deep conversation. Moreover, conversation is crucial for stress reduction. Talking about our feeling activates parts of brain that regulate emotions. Research indicates that engaging in conversation can lower cortisol levels, the stress hormone. Additional effective communication can strengthen area of the brain involved in decision making and emotion regulation. This makes us more resilient in facing challenges. In conclusion, communication has powerful effect. It influences our brain chemistry, reduce stress, the promotes emotional well-being. Let's remember the impact our word and interaction have on our lives. Thank you.
네, 다음으로는 참가번호 9번 진사랑 학생입니다. 제목은 Climbing Stairs.
Today, I'd like to talk about how to climb stairs. However, these stairs are not just physical, they symbolize the challenges and difficulties we face in life. I have social anxiety, so speaking in front of an audience or presenting is still daunting for me. Making eye contact with people, in particular, is difficult. And when all eyes were on me during a presentation, my nervousness increases. My situation can be compared to a baby learning to walk. When a baby first tries to walk, they hesitate and feel anxious, but they gradually gain confidence. Similarly, when I started presenting, I felt hesitant and anxious, just like a baby taking their first steps. I worried about whether I could perform well when all eyes were on me. So, I decided to start with small steps. I began by giving short presentations and later in front of small familiar groups. I also practiced making eye contact during presentation. Although it was uncomfortable at first, I gradually became more accustomed to it. Additionally, I learned from mistakes and disappointing experiences during presentations. Small successes accumulated and led to significant changes. Climbing stairs is not just about overcoming limits. It's a process of understanding, overcoming, and growing. The challenges or difficulties you're facing will ultimately become stairs you can climb. Thank you.
네, 다음으로 10번째 참가자 최민준 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 The Person I Admire, My Mother.
Hello everyone. Today I would like to talk about the person I admire the most, my mother. She may not be a famous or well-known figure, but the impact she has had on my life is immeasurable. I want to share with you just how important she is to me and why I hold her in such high regard. One of the most remarkable things about my mother is her constant and unwavering love. I vividly remember the time when I didn't run the final exam at school. I was devastated and on the verge of tears, but instead of scolding me, my mother calmly talked with me about what went wrong and how I could improve for the next time. Her love and support helped me believe in myself, and because of her faith in me, I was able to improve my grades. My mother is a strong person. No matter how difficult or challenging the situation is, she always finds a way to overcome it. Even when our family was going through hard times or when she faced a tough day, she never gave up and always came through, showing a love for me. I deeply admire her resilience and mental strength, which allows her to handle things that most people would struggle with. Lastly, my mother's quiet wisdom has been a guiding light in my life. She may not always speak loudly, but her words of advice are profound and thoughtful. Through her actions and words, she has taught me valuable lessons on how to live a life of honesty and kindness. Her wisdom has played a crucial role in shaping my beliefs and decisions, and I'm forever grateful for her guidance. I believe my mother is not unique to her alone. I think all mothers share this same kind of love. If you observe their actions closely, you will see that most of what they do is someone else, and that someone is often us. Let's make sure to show appreciation and kindness to our parents, not just today, but every day. Thank you for listening.
네, 다음으로 참가번호 11번 이주영 학생입니다. 제목은 Designing for My Dream.
Today, I want to talk about my dream of becoming an advertising designer. An advertising designer plays a crucial role in visually conveying a company's or product's message to create a strong impression and attract attention. Ever since I was young, I wanted to create design that help and inspire people. The idea that my work could make a difference in people's lives is why I chose this dream. In Korea, becoming an advertising designer often requires expensive art classes. Unfortunately, my family financial situation isn't the best. Especially during my brother's school years, a lot of money was spent on his piano studies, which added significant financial strain. Despite this, my parents never showed they are difficult to me. Instead, they have always supported and encouraged me. There were moments when I doubted whether I should give up on my dream to avoid being a burden to my parents. However, I've come to realize that giving up is not what they would want. They have always told me to pursue my dream with my heart and to prioritize my happiness over financial concerns. They are unwavering belief in me and their sacrifices are a powerful motivation for me. It's their support and love that drive me to keep moving forward even when the road is tough. So, even though the path ahead is uncertain, I've decided not to give up. I will continue to work towards becoming an advertising designer. It may be challenging, but with my parents' support and my own determination, I believe I can achieve my dream. And create designs that make a positive impact on the world. Thank you.
다음으로 12번째 참가자입니다. 강여수아 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Finding Happiness in Unexpected Place.
Hello everyone. Today I want to share a moment in my life that was turning point for me. This moment was crucial in helping me discover my own happiness. In the past, I felt deeply unhappy. My introverted and shy nature, combined with insecurities about my appearance, made me feel like my friends were avoiding and ignoring me. Every day was filled with that painful feeling. I constantly questioned myself. Why am I so unhappy? Have I ever truly enjoyed time with my friends? I was consumed by the routine and endured my pain in isolation. One day, I decided to talk to the teacher about my unhappiness. I said, "Teacher, I feel so unhappy." The teacher then asked, "Why do you think you're unhappy?" The teacher then asked, I replied, "Because my friends avoid and ignore me." The teacher then asked, "Is that the only reason you think you're unhappy?" The teacher's question made me reflect deeply. They said, "You have loving parents and teacher who listen and friends who care about you, yet you think you're unhappy?" In that moment, I had a profound realization. I realized I wasn't truly unhappy. I hadn't been so focused on my feelings of loneliness that I overlooked the support and love around me. This experience taught me that happiness is found in the love and support we have, rather than in our feelings of isolation. I hope this story encourages you to reflect on the precious things in your life and recognize love and support are around you and find happiness within that. Thank you.
다음으로 13번째 참가자입니다. 박찬우 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 The True Value of Studying.
Have you ever asked yourself, why do I need to study? Many of us have asked this question at some point. While some may not have felt this way, most of us have grown up under pressure to study hard and perform well in exams. However, after spending long hours studying, it's natural to question, is all this studying really necessary? Some view studying as just a way to get into a good college, while others feel significantly impact their lives. But is that true? Today, let's explore why studying is essential and uncover its true value. Studying is more than just gaining knowledge. It's crucial for our growth. It helps us develop problem-solving skills and critical thinking and new insights. For instance, math sharpens logical thinking, while history provides diverse perspectives. Studying also prepares us for responsible roles in society. A personal experience that really highlighted the value of studying for me was learning English. Initially, it was challenging to memorize vocabulary and grammar rules. But as time went on, I could read books in English and converse with native speakers. This experience taught me that studying isn't just about passing exams. It opens doors and opportunities and enriches our lives in ways we may not initially see. Looking ahead, the skills and knowledge gained from studying are crucial for achieving our goals. My dream is to become a lawyer, which requires a strong foundation in legal knowledge and logical reasoning. My current studies are setting the groundwork for a successful career in law. Studying is the key to turning this dream into a reality. In summary, studying is more than just a means to pass exams or earn degrees. It enhances our lives and helps us achieve our goals. The knowledge we gain creates opportunities and shapes our future. So, how do you achieve through your studies? How will you use studying to reach your goals? Finally, I will end with this. Studying is the investment in the future. Only those who learn can unlock infinite possibilities. Thank you.
네, 다음으로는 14번째 참가자입니다. 이도윤 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Understanding My Mother's Love.
Today, I want to tell a story about when I truly understood how much my mother loved me. In my first year of high school, I was having a hard time with my studies, which led to a big argument with my mother. I felt deeply hard and started to wonder if she really loved me. Feeling lost, I decided to ask one of my teachers for advice. My teacher listened kindly and helped me write a message to read my mother. The message said, "Mom, school is really tough for me right now. When we talked, your words hurt me, and I'm starting to doubt if you really love me." With a heavy heart, I read this message to my mother. Her response was both surprising and deeply touching. She said, "Doyun, I love you more than you know. I always tried to give you what you need and make sure you went to a good school. Now, it's important for you to grow up and face challenges. I'm being strict because I want you to be strong and capable. Do you understand now?" Hearing her words made me cry. I realized that her strictness wasn't about mean to me. It was her way of showing love and helping me become stronger. She wanted me to face difficulties and improve, even though it was tough for me at the time. This experience taught me that love isn't just about being kind. Sometimes it means making tough decisions to help someone grow and succeed. My mother's love was clear in her support and her dedication to helping me become a better person. Thank you for listening.
네, 다음으로는 15번째 참가자 전현재 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 The Choice of Words.
Hello everyone. Today I want to talk about the importance of communication and how we should communicate effectively. I'd like to start with a personal story. A while ago, I had a friend who used bad language in every sentence he spoke. Surprisingly, the people around him seemed to like him more, instead of getting upset. So I thought I would try to speak like him too. I started using bad words, thinking it would make me more popular. But things didn't go as I expected. My friends started avoiding me, and I felt really confused. One day, a friend came up to me and said, "You suddenly started using harsh language, and it makes us feel uncomfortable. It's hard to talk to you now." At the moment, I realized that using bad language didn't make people like me more. It actually made the situation worse. I learned that the friend who used bad language was not liked because of his words, but because the people around him were already used to speaking that way. I realized that the way we communicate can greatly impact our relationships. It's not about using certain words to fit in, but about understanding the impact of our words and choosing them wisely. From this experience, I learned that good communication isn't about trying to imitate others, but about being respectful and thoughtful in our words. The language we choose reflects who we are and how we respect others. So let's choose our words carefully and communicate in a way that builds better relationships. Remember, communication is not just about speaking. It's about connecting with others in a positive way. Thank you.
네, 다음으로는 16번째 참가자 김고은 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Becoming a Security Guard.
Hello everyone. I'm very pleased to have the opportunity to talk about my dream with you today. My dream is to become a security guard. The role of a security guard goes beyond just security duties. It is crucial in protecting people's safety and maintaining societal peace. A security guard must respond swiftly in crisis situations and anticipate potential dangers to protect lives. This job requires more than just physical strength and skills. It demands strong responsibility and ethical values, as well as the ability to remain calm and make sound judgments in any situation. The reason I want to become a security guard stems from my own experience. In middle school, there was an incident where I lost control of my emotions and harm a friend. From that, I learned a lot and deeply considered how to use my strengths positively. This experience led me to decide that I wanted to use my strengths in a positive direction. And thus I developed a dream of becoming a security guard. The path to becoming a security guard is not easy. However, I understand the responsibility and fulfillment that this job brings. And I'm committed to working hard and training every day. My dream is not just to become a security guard, but to protect people's safety and make a positive impact on society. I hope that you all continue to strive toward your own dreams. Dreams are a significant force that shows who we are and what we want to achieve. Thank you.
네, 다음으로 17번째 참가자 이준호 학생입니다. 제목은 Is your heart a thorn tree or fruit tree?
As the morning sun rises, trees bear fruit and thorn trees grow thorn. Why is that? It's because trees are trees and thorn trees are thorn trees. But people are different. What we carry in our heart determines whether we bear fruit or grow thorn. A person who fills their heart with love, hope, gratitude, and joy can bear fruit that brings warmth and comfort to others. On the other hand, a person who harbors hatred and distrust is likely to hurt others with their words. There was a time when I hurt others with my negative words. While preparing for a dance club competition, I got angry at the friends who couldn't keep up with the moves and ended up yelling at them. I saw their face darken and their confidence plummet. It was then that I realized how powerful words can be. Through this experience, I learned how much our emotions affect our behavior. Through this experience, I learned that our words can change not only someone's day but also their life. Now I try to speak words that empower and bring hope rather than negative ones. Of course, there are times when I feel anxious or negative thoughts creep in. But during those moments, I make an effort to choose better words. We all have the power to influence others' lives. Depending on what we carry in our hearts, if we use that power positively, I believe we can create a better world. I now want to live a life where I share the warmth of my heart with others. I hope you too can fill your heart with love and hope and spread that warmth to those around you. Thank you for listening to my speech.
네, 다음으로는 18번째 참가자 김영란 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Rebuilding Through Communication.
When I was younger, I had a difficult relationship with my father. It wasn't because who he was, but because of his job. From a young age, I felt diminished by his work. People didn't see me for who I was. Instead, they saw me only as the daughter of a man with that job. This made me feel trapped and frustrated. And over the years, those feelings turned into resentment and anger. For a long time, I carried these negative emotions inside me. I hated how people judged me based on my father's job and how that affected my sense of self. As a result, I blamed my father for my unhappiness, allowing my resentment to grow. But then, something happened that changed everything. One day, I finally had an honest conversation with my father. A conversation I had been avoiding for years. I opened up to him about how I felt about his job and how much it had affected me. I shared the pain and frustration that had built up inside me for so long. To my surprise, my father listened quietly and then said, "Youngnan, it must have been really hard for you. I'm so sorry for not realizing how you felt. If you had told me earlier, we could have worked through this together." In that moment, I realized something important. My father had always been there with an open heart, waiting for me to speak up. But I had been so trapped in my own thoughts and emotions that I never reached out to him. Instead, I let my resentment grow, blaming him without ever giving him a chance to understand me. From that moment on, I learned the value of communication. I understood how important it is to share our feelings with those we care about, rather than letting misunderstandings build walls between us. My relationship with my father is improved, and I've no longer felt the burden of resentment that I had carried for so long. In conclusion, communication is the key to understanding and resolving conflicts. If we take the time to speak honestly with those around us, we can prevent misunderstandings and build stronger, healthier relationships. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 19번째 참가자 이혜원 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Me and Squirky.
We are all going to die. This line is often said by Squeaky, a character from my favorite movie, The Nut Job. He usually says this whenever something bad happens or when he's in trouble. It's just a habit of speaking. But do you know that this small habit of Squeaky's actually has a big impact on the characters around him? I also have a speaking habit. It's speaking with no filtering. Yes, I speak without thinking. Because of this small habit, I almost lost a precious friend. One day, I was having ice cream and chatting with a friend during our free time. We were having such an enjoyable talking that we lost track of time. Then, somehow, we started talking about family, and I mentioned my friend's sister. But after a moment, I realized my mistake. I had forgotten that my friend is reluctant to talk about her sister. From the look on her face, I could tell she was quite disappointed in me. She said, "You know, I don't like talking about my sister. Did you do it on purpose to make me angry?" To her, her sister is a wound that can't be expressed in words, and because of my thoughtless speaking habits, I touched upon her painful wound. After countless apologies, I was able to be forgiven, but I know that there might still be a scar left on my friend because of me. Since then, I have been trying hard to correct my bad habits, hoping no one else will be hurt by my words anymore. When Squeaky habitually keeps making negative remarks, the other characters start feeling anxious and worried, even those who were originally carefree. Also, my friend was hurt by something I said without thinking. I've come to realize that what I might consider a minor speaking habit can have a significant impact on others. Understanding this, I now think about how others feel and be affected before I speak. And at this time, I'd like to ask you all, what speaking habits do you have? Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 20번째 참가자 박준성 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Why Should I Study?
Hello everyone. Have you ever thought, why should I study? We heard a lot that you can earn a lot of money without studying, and even if you study hard, there is no guarantee of success. Then why should we study so hard? Because studying is stepping stone to achieving our dreams. No matter what dream we have, studying is important tool to make it come true. My dream is to be rich with easy work, but soon I realized that studying is necessary to earn a lot of money, whether it's getting high-paying job, succeeding business, or making money from investments. Studying is essential. So I decided to study to reach my dream, which is computer programming. It is nice to get a good job. And I planned how to study, when to study, and what to study. And I sat down in front of my desk and I opened my book. But I couldn't study well, and I realized one thing. Studying is like a battle with yourself. There is saying, studying is not done with your hands, but with your bottoms. It means that staying at your desk for a long time is important. Through this, you learn focus, patience, and self-control. First time, it was difficult to sit for a long time. Of course, it's boring. However, when I saw my grade is growing, it became fun gradually. To sum up, the reason for studying is to pursue your dream and development. It is not just about money and good academics. Study gives us more choices and creates a better future. So next time you ask, why should I study? Think of this way, for my bright future. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 21번째 참가자 남현준 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Beyond Grade: How Study Transformed Me.
Don't study and be responsible for that choice. This statement might sound surprising. Don't study? What could that mean? Most of us view studying as a means to get good grades, enter a prestigious university, and secure a stable job. I used to think that way too, but over time, my perspective has completely changed. In middle school, a low score on a math test shocked me. I thought it was simply due to a lack of effort, so I resolved to work harder. Back then, studying was just a tool to raise my grades. However, in high school, my mindset began to shift. Repeated failures taught me that more important than the grades themselves was the process of solving problems, understanding myself, and growing as a person. At some point, I began to ask myself, why do I study? Is it just to meet external expectations, or is there something more? I realized that studying should not be about chasing approval or rewards, but about building the person I want to become. When I approached it with this mindset, I started to find purpose in the effort itself. Every subject, every challenge became an opportunity to develop skills, curiosity, and perseverance, traits that will shape not only my studies, but my life. I realized that studying isn't just about acquiring knowledge, but about expanding your thinking and developing problem-solving skills. For instance, solving math problem builds logical thinking and patience, while studying history broadens your perspective on society. These experiences eventually make you a more mature person. Now, studying holds a deeper meaning for me. The learning that comes from the process is more important than the result. The patience, creativity, humility, and perseverance gained through studying are its true value. The result is just the final point, but it's the line that connecting those points that drives our growth. Through studying, we overcome failures, become better people, understand the world, and find our path. This journey enriches our lives. So whatever you're studying now, focus on what you're studying now. Focus on what you can learn from the process. When you do, studying will become a meaningful journey of personal growth. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 참가번호 22번 김태은 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 The Emotional Control.
Today, I want to talk about the importance of emotional control in communication. Recently, we've seen tragic incidents where people who are overwhelmed by their emotions act in ways they never imagined. It's easy to think these individuals are different from us, but in reality, they likely never thought they could behave that way either. Communication is essential in our daily lives. It helps us connect with others, build relationships, and resolve conflicts. However, when strong emotions like anger and frustration take over, effective communication becomes difficult. Misunderstandings arise, result, and situations can quickly get worse. I've experienced this myself. A few months ago, I had a serious argument with a close friend. In anger, I said things I deeply regretted. Losing control of my emotions caused harm to someone I care about, and it made me realize that I too can act in ways I never thought possible if I don't manage my feelings properly. This experience showed me how crucial emotional control is for effective communication. When emotions run high, we stop listening and focus only on our own feelings. This often leads to saying things we don't mean or making decisions we later regret. So, how can we improve our communication? The answer lies in developing emotional intelligence. We need to recognize how our emotions influence our words and actions and learn to manage them before they control us. This isn't easy, but it's essential. Imagine a world where everyone pauses and thinks before reacting, a world where people communicate with respect, empathy, and understanding, even during disagreement. I believe this is key to building a more peaceful and compassionate society. In conclusion, emotional control is not just a personal responsibility, but
the foundation of effective communication. By managing our emotions, we can build healthier relationships and work together to create a better world. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 참가번호 23번 강예준 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Why We Need to Study.
Hello everyone, my name is Kang Ye-jun. Today I would like to share my story on the topic of why we need to study. During middle school, I didn't take studying seriously. I found it boring and didn't see the immediate need, so I neglected my studies. As a result, now in high school, I struggle with exam and rarely achieve good scores. Leaving me feeling constantly discouraged. Recently, I took the high school equivalency test, but couldn't score even 100-point mark. My friends made a bet on whether I could get even 100-point score. But the result was disappointing. I didn't get a single one right. And my pride was deeply hurt. It was then that I realized the true importance of studying. This experience taught me a valuable lesson. Avoiding or delaying something important can lead to deep regrets. Studying is just about getting good grades on exam. It's an investment. I am future on a process of personal growth. If I had studied harder during middle school, perhaps I would be on a better path now. However, this experience has helped me understand, even if late, and I am now determined to work harder for a better future. Studying also opens door to new opportunities and perspective. It allows us to explore subjects that spark our curiosity and helps us develop critical thinking skills that are essential in today's world. Embracing learning can transform challenges into stepping stones for success, so let's approach our studies with enthusiasm and commitment, understanding that every effort we make today shapes the future we aspire to create. In conclusion, studying enriches our lives and prepares us for the future. I hope you too will make the most of time studying before you find yourself in a situation of regret like I did. Realize the importance of studying and strive to become a better person of yourself. Thank you.
네, 다음으로 참가번호 24번 양현준 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 The Moment I Choose to Fly.
Today, I want to share a moment that profoundly moved me and led me to reflect deeply on my own life. This moment came while reading Wings by the Korean writer Lee-sang, a story that unexpectedly opened my eyes to uncomfortable truths about myself. In Wings, the protagonist is a passive character, confined to his room and disconnected from the world. However, one day, his wife gives him medicine due to his cold, which he later realizes is Adderall, a hypnotic drug. Although he knew he was given Adderall, he felt drawn to the comfort of returning home. But the protagonist struggled with his confusing reality and chooses to find his freedom. He cries out, "Wings, spread out again. Fly, fly. Let me fly once more. Let me fly just once more." This line struck me like a lightning bolt. Before reading this book, I lived my life pursuing moderation. I was saying, I'm still a teenager, so whatever. And ended up not doing things I didn't want to do, studying half-heartedly, and just passing time. However, after reading this book, I realized that I was living the wrong way. Even though I had dreams, I fell into temptation of living this way. Reading Wings was more than just an ordinary experience. It was a wake-up call. It made me realize that I, too, was letting comfort dictate my choices. That moment of awakening in the story inspired me to approach life differently, to embrace discomfort, and to pursue my dreams with renewed determination. In life, we might face temptations that seem hard to resist, just like the other in the story. And maybe you face some of these already. But like the protagonist, let's break free from our self-imposed limits and live our true lives. This is not something special. It is something anyone can achieve. Let's fly towards our dreams with our own wings. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로는 참가번호 25번 박준석 학생의 발표를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Faker's Leadership.
Baker is more than just an sportster. He is an inspiring figure due to his relentless effort, dedication, and exceptional leadership. His success was not solely due to innate talent, but rather the constant effort and perseverance he put in every day. Baker's dedication several hours each day to practice, honing his skills and adjusting his play style as game trend and methods able. Baker dedicated several hours each day to practice. His commitment went beyond more practice. His communicate effectively with his teammates, bolstering team cooperation and atmosphere, and played his role to ensure the team's success. To demonstrate how dedicated he was to achieving his goals, Baker's example had a profound impact on me. I often tended to give up easily and was afraid of failure. However, observing Baker's relentless effort and leadership made me reflect on myself with a sense of shame. His attitude and dedication have made me reflect on myself a sense of shame. His attitude and dedication have provided me with important lessons that extend beyond just gaming and into my own life. Inspired by his perseverance and passion, I am now committed to continuously working toward my goals and focusing on self-improvement. Like Baker, I am to challenge myself, overcome obstacles, and make a positive impact on those around me and my team. Baker's story offers a valuable lesson beyond just sports success. It shows that true achievement comes from a combination of talent and effort, along with consistent dedication and perseverance. Just as Baker has, I aspire to challenge myself and continually grow. Thank you.
네, 다음으로는 참가번호 26번 윤하진 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Dreaming.
Have you ever wondered why we dream? Dreams are not just wishes. They guide us through life. They provide direction when we feel lost and strength when we face challenges. However, during my middle school years, I didn't have a dream. I wandered aimlessly and life felt empty. At times, I felt completely lost. In those moments, I turned to dramas and movies. They weren't just entertainment. They become a refuge from my reality. Through the characters and their stories, I found solace. I realized that acting has a unique power. It can heal and inspire. Its story resonated with me and provided comfort during my turbulent times. This journey led me to discover my dream, to become an actor. For me, acting is more than memorizing lines. It's about touching the hearts of the audience and offering them the same comfort I received. I want to help people confront their emotions and found strength just as those stories helped me. I know the path to becoming an actor will have its challenges. There will be setbacks and moments of doubt, but I'm not afraid. Each obstacle will make me stronger, and the lessons I learn will help me connect with others on a deeper level. Ultimately, dreams are not just about reaching a goal. They are about who we become in the process. So, acting, I hope to give back the comfort and hope I once received. This dream is not just a career for me. It's a mission that fuels my passion. I'm determined to pursue it wholeheartedly, knowing that the journey will shape me in ways I can't yet imagine. As I conclude, I encourage you to reflect on your own dreams. What inspires you? What guides you in life? Even in uncertainty, your dreams can be your guiding stars. Let us embrace our dreams and strive to make them a reality, not just for ourselves, but for those who may need the comfort and hope that comes from following one's passion. Thank you.
다음으로 27번 박은혜 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 A Junior Story of My Dream to Become an Actor.
Hello everyone! Ever since I was young, I love engaging in role-playing games with friends and having fun. I was always fascinated by becoming different characters, but at the time, I just thought it was something kids enjoy. When I started middle school and was introduced to dramas and movies, I first learned about the profession of acting. I was amazed by how actors take on various roles and transform into completely different people. Seeing how their performances bring comfort, touching moments, and joy to others inspired me to want to make a positive impact on people's lives. However, I realized that pursuing a career in acting is not easy. It requires a lot of effort, time, and money, and success is not guaranteed. My family isn't financially well off, so I worried that following my dream might be a burden. Because of this, I kept my dream a secret for several years. But when my family eventually found out, they surprisingly supported me, and that gave me a lot of encouragement. Despite this, some friends made fun of me by pointing out that becoming an actress depends on having a certain appearance. This hurt, and over time, some family members also suggested I reconsider my dream. In such situation, I questioned whether I could truly become an actress. However, in such situation, I questioned whether I could truly become an actress and thought about giving up. However, I believe that trying and challenging myself is more meaningful than giving up without even trying. I've decided that to live without regrets, I need to keep pursuing my dream. So, I'm committed to working hard to achieve my goal. Although the journey may be tough, I firmly believe that pursuing what I love is truly important. Thank you for listening.
네, 다음으로 참가번호 28번 임현서 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 A Bite of Inspiration.
Do you have a favorite food? I really love food and cooking. And today, I want to share how I developed this passion and why I decided to become a chef. When I was younger, I was a very big eater. My dad always said, "There are so many delicious foods, you shouldn't be so picky." But I didn't really listen. One day, my sister brought home fried chicken and asked me to try it. At first, I didn't want to try it because it was unfamiliar. But after taking a bite, I was amazed by the taste. That day, I had a big realization. I didn't actually dislike food. I was just afraid to try new things and was driven. I finally understood my dad's advice about not being picky and discovered there are many wonderful foods I hadn't tried yet. From then on, trying new foods became fun. I was captivated by the flavors and uniqueness of each dish. One day, seeing my family enjoying the food I made brought me joy. And I understood that cooking is not just about preparing meals, but about bringing happiness to others. Trying new recipes and exploring different flavors has brought me great joy. I learned that food could connect people and share happiness, and I want to do that through my cooking. Being a chef is not just about cooking skills, it's about bringing happiness through food. This job requires creativity, learning, and good communication. I'm working hard to achieve this dream, and I hope you pursue your dreams with passion and determination. The path to your dreams may not always be easy, but the experiences and lessons are invaluable. I encourage you to keep moving toward your goals. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 참가번호 29번 박준범 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 A Art of Communication More Than Just Words.
Hello everyone. Not too long ago, I had a big argument with my younger sibling. While we were playing a game, we decided that only one of us would use the microphone. But that turned out to be a bad choice. As we played, we couldn't understand each other. And the small confusion turned into a big fight. We kept misunderstanding each other, and both of us got really angry. From this experience, I learned how important communication is and how quickly things can go wrong when we don't communicate properly. Today, I want to talk about why communication is so important and how we can improve our communication skills. Communication isn't just about talking. It's about truly understanding and connecting with others. Listening is one of the most important parts of communication. It means really paying attention to what the other person is saying and trying to understand their point of view. For example, when I was arguing with my sibling, we weren't really listening each other. We were just focused on what we wanted to say, which caused us to miss each other's points. Listening helps to reduce misunderstandings and creates better connection between people. Clear expression is also really important. When we clearly share our thoughts and plans, we can avoid confusion. If my sibling and I had explained our ideas more clearly while using the microphone, we might have avoided the fight. Being clear helps everyone stay on the same page and reduces miscommunication. By understanding the importance of communication and practice listening and clear expression, we can avoid unnecessary argument and build stronger relationships. These skills are essential for having positive interactions in our daily lives. I hope this encourages you to communicate better in your own conversation and relationships. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 다음으로 참가번호 30번 박예은 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Look Closer.
Hello everyone. When I was younger, I thought only happy memories were important. I wanted to forget the bad ones as if they didn't exist. But after watching Inside Out 2, my perspective completely changed. In the movie, Joy discusses the memory of lightly falling while skiing because she doesn't think it's important. But later, Joy realized that it wasn't just about falling, it was a warm memory where Riley's friends helped her. This made me reflect on my own life. I currently attend a boarding school and I made many mistakes and caused my parents a lot of worry. I used to see these moments as failures that I wanted to forget. But now I realize that even those memories have value. My parents never gave up on me even when I made mistakes. My friends supported me during the times and my teachers, though strict, were guiding me with care, wanting me to improve. So the message I want to share with you today is that not all bad memories are truly bad. They may feel painful or embarrassing at first, but they can teach us some of the most important lessons. These memories help us recognize who cares about us, who stands by our side, and ultimately they help us become better people. The next time you face a difficult situation, or make a mistake, try to look at the moment again, just like Joy did in Inside Out 2. You might find that those moments are more valuable than you initially thought. Thank you.
다음으로 참가번호 31번 오은비 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Tetris.
Tetris is more than just a game of fitting blocks on a screen. It teaches us about cooperation and harmony. As you play, we see various shapes coming together to form a perfect line, which helps us learn how to work together effectively. Recently, I had a similar experience while volunteering with a diverse group of people. At first, each person had their own ideas and personalities, which made it challenging to connect. Our different backgrounds and opinions led to conflicts, and forming a cohesive team seemed difficult. In this situation, I thought of Tetris. Just as in the game, where different shapes of blocks fit together to complete a line, I realized that we needed to highlight each person's strengths while finding ways to understand and harmonize with each other. The key was to respect each other's strengths and sometimes adjust ourselves slightly to achieve harmony. As we worked on this, we began to recognize and appreciate our differences. By understanding each other's perspectives and aligning our efforts, we naturally grew closer and improved our teamwork. Ultimately, the lesson from Tetris goes beyond just the game's mechanics. It shows us important principles for building relationships, collaborating, and growing together. By acknowledging and adapting to our differences, we can achieve better outcomes and create stronger connections. Thank you.
다음으로 참가번호 32번 정승현 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 The Importance of Communication and How to.
Hello everyone. Today I want to talk about the importance of communication and how we communicate effectively. Communication is a vital part of our daily lives. It helps us share our thought, express our feeling, and connect with others. Whether we are talking about with friends, family, or teachers. Effective communication is essential for building strong relationships and understanding each other better. So why is communication so important? First, it allows us to express our ideas clearly. Without good conversation, it would be challenging to work together or solve a problem. For instance, in a group project, clear communication answers everyone, understand their roles and responsibilities. Misunderstanding can lead to mistakes which can be avoided through effective dialogue now. Let's explore some key strategies for communicating well. The first strategy is active listening. Listening is not just about hearing words, it's about understanding the message behind them. When we actively listen, we show respect and empathy toward others. For example, when a friend shares their feeling, instead of interrupting or planning our response while they speak, we should focus on truly understanding their perspective. This builds trust and strengthens our relationships. The second strategy is to speak clearly and kindly. It's important to express ourselves honestly, but we about also be mindful of our tone and choice of words. Speaking in anger can lead to hurtful comments that damage relationships. Instead, we should try to communicate our feeling calmly. For example, if we are upset about something, we can say, "I feel hurt when this happened," rather than blaming someone directly.
다음으로 참가번호 33번 홍혜민 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Overcoming Stage Fright.
Today, I would like to talk about how I am overcoming my fear of public speaking. Whenever I have to present or speak in front of a large audience, my whole body shakes, I break out in a cold sweat, and I even feel dizzy. These symptoms made it really scary and burdensome for me to stand in front of people. However, I realized that I would have many opportunities to present or speak in front of others in the future. So I tried various methods to address this issue. First, I practiced a lot. Initially, I practiced alone, and gradually I started presenting in front of friends and family to build my confidence. As I practiced repeatedly, I began to feel improvement. Additionally, before presentation, I tried meditation and deep breathing to calm my mind. I noticed that by deep breathing, I could reduce my tension and relax my body and mind. Imagining myself successfully presenting also helped a lot. By picturing myself giving a successful presentation in my mind, I encouraged myself. Positive visualization really boosted my confidence. After each presentation, I sought feedback from friends and family to identify areas for improvement. Through objective feedback, I was able to recognize my shortcomings and continue to develop. I have been working hard since middle school, participating in English speaking contests. Also, I haven't won any awards. I am satisfied with the fact that I was able to speak in front of so many people with the words I prepared. I believe there are many others who share similar concerns. I hope we can work together and support each other as we overcome this issue. It's a challenging process, but if we don't give up and keep moving forward, we will surely improve. I hope my story can be of some help, and I wanted to share my experience today. Thank you.
다음으로 참가번호 34번 정우준 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 The Icon of Challenge, Prince Henry the Navigator.
Hello everyone. Have you ever heard of Prince Henry the Navigator? He was a Portuguese prince who lived in the 15th century and played a significant role in the early age of exploration. Prince Henry faced numerous challenges as he sought to discover new land and sea routes. He sponsored many voyages along the coast of Africa, expanding the boundaries of the known world. These explorations involved significant risks, and sailors had to confront dangerous seas and unknown territories. Yet, Prince Henry's spirit of challenge inspired them to keep going. His example continues to provide valuable lessons today. I have also learned from his example. There was a time in middle school when I struggled with my grades. After a particularly difficult exam, I was shocked by how low my scores were. I felt frustrated and disheartened, especially when comparing myself to others who seemed to be doing better. While I had managed average grade elementary school, middle school was much harder. One day, feeling particularly down, I picked up a history book from my desk and started reading. The book discussed Prince Henry's spirit of challenge, which resonated deeply with me. I decided to apply his attitude to my studies. At first, it was tough to even sit down and focus, and I considered giving up many times. But thinking about Prince Henry's spirit of challenge motivated me to keep studying. Gradually, my confidence grew and my approach to studying improved. Eventually, I started achieving better grades, and by my middle school graduation, I even received honors for academic excellence. Whenever we face challenges, we learn more about ourselves and the world around us. This is the spirit of challenge that Prince Henry the Navigator has helped us, and I will apply it to my own life. I encourage all of you to embrace challenges like Prince Henry did, taking one step at a time. Thank you for listening to my speech.
다음으로 35번째 참가자입니다. 허인경 학생이 나와서 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Beyond the Truth of It Can't Be Done.
Hello everyone. Do you know Thomas Edison? He is well known as a great inventor who invented the light bulb. Edison failed more than 1,000 times while trying to invent the light bulb. Many people viewed his efforts skeptically and even advised him to give up. However, Edison was not afraid of failure. Instead, he used failure as a learning opportunity and famously said, "I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work." I also faced many challenges while preparing for a dance competition. Technical shortcomings and unsatisfactory practice results led me to negative thoughts like, "I can't do it." These negative thoughts made things even harder for me. With the added tension of the stage and anxiety about myself, I was losing confidence. But I remembered Edison's story and realized something. Failure is part of the process towards success, and overcoming it is crucial. So I made a commitment to discard the thought that it can't be done, gained strength through conversations with my teachers, and built more confidence. Through Edison's example and my own experience, we can understand how important it is to challenge ourselves without fear of failure. Achieving a big goal can take time, but small successes can accumulate into great achievements. Everyone, never accept the words, "it can't be done," or "I can't do it." Failure and difficulties are merely part of the process towards success. With perseverance and belief, your efforts will surely shine. Thank you.
네, 다음으로는 참가번호 36번 신영재 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Perseverance and Confidence Through Studying.
Today, I wanted to talk about one of the true values of study, perseverance and self-confidence. One of the great gifts we receive from studying is precisely two things. Studying is not just about getting good grades on exams. It provides us with the opportunity to develop perseverance and self-confidence. Through solving difficult problems and acquiring new information, we gain confidence and learn how to overcome failures and challenges. Through studying, we learn to face to difficulties and find ways to overcome them. Although there are tough times along the way, we build patience and learn to trust in our abilities and give us the strength to tackle failures in life. For instance, you might have experienced preparing for a test by trying to solve difficult problems multiple times. During this process, we encounter failure, but overcoming them builds confidence and perseverance, which are invaluable assets. As small success accumulate, we become better prepared to face even greater challenges. Moreover, the self-confidence gained from this process extends beyond academic achievement and plays a crucial role in various areas of life. It allows us to set new goals with confidence, not feel failure, and approach challenges with a protective attitude. In conclusion, study is not just about knowing acquiring knowledge. It is a process of building perseverance and self-confidence. These two qualities are essential for overcoming life challenges and realizing our dreams. Therefore, studying goes beyond just grades. It equips us with the important qualities needed for living a fulfilling life. Thank you.
감사합니다. 다음으로는 37번 김혜윤 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Embracing Every Emotion Lesson from Inside Out 2.
Today, I'd like to share my personal experience on the importance of embracing all emotions. After watching Inside Out 2, I realized how crucial every emotion is in our lives. The movie's characters joy, sadness, anger, fear, and disgust, which play an essential role in our emotional well-being. For a long time, I believed that only joy mattered, and I tried to live my focusing solely on happiness. During middle school, I thought that staying happy would solve everything. I ignored other emotions and even tried to brush off hurtful comments from my friends. Wanting to be like joy, always positive, but the more I suppressed these feelings, the more they built up inside me. Eventually, they burst out at once, making me realize that ignoring emotions doesn't make them go away. Instead, emotions like sadness and anger are necessary for growth and understanding. Sadness helps us appreciate what truly matters, and anger gives us the courage to stand up for ourselves. Now, I want to own my emotions, which has helped me become a more balanced person. I realized that embracing emotions, good or bad, makes life richer and more meaningful. Moving forward, I will continue to accept and express my emotions as a way to go. I hope you also embrace every emotion, just like the characters in Inside Out. And remember that these emotions make our lives fuller and more meaningful. Thank you.
네, 다음 참가자는 38번 김수현 학생입니다. 제목은 A Journey Toward My Sweet.
Hello everyone. Today I want to share my dream and the journey I take to achieve it. Since I was young, I always loved bread. A memorable moment was when I visited a bakery with my mom. Watching the bakers at work, surrounded by the smell of fresh bread and free-range pastries, inspired me to dream of becoming a pastry chef. After returning home, I started baking on my own. My first attempt was burned cookies and mixture bread, but I let this stop me. I kept learning, trying different recipes and improve my techniques. Each failure lesson and each small success motivate keep going. As I got better, I began sharing my creation with family and friends. Their positive feedback and excitement gave me a huge boost. Seeing their joy made me realize that baking was not just a hobby, but a serious goal. My passion for making delicious treats and my commitment to improve my skill turned my dream into a clear and achievable. However, my parents initially consulted. My mom wanted me to keep baking as a hobby and pursue more stable career, while my dad suggested I consider other option. I understood their worries, but set on to prove my dedication. I continued baking and sharing my results with them, showing that this was not just a passing interest, but something I truly committed to. My biggest goal now is to become a pastry chef and open a bakery in the United States. To achieve this, I'm working hard and stay focused on my dream. I am excited for the future and committed to living a life doing what I love. Thank you for listening.
네, 다음으로는 참가번호 39번 김준희 학생입니다. 제목은 My Challenge for Better Health.
Hello everyone. Today I want to talk about my dream. My dream is to stop smoking. But right now, I smoking every day, and it is very hard for me to stop. I have tried to quit many times, but it always seems too difficult. Smoking is a strong habit that is a plague. I know smoking is bad for my health. It hurts my lungs and my heart. When I see people who are healthy and full of energy, I want to be able to learn sports, play sports, and enjoy life more. I believe that if I quit smoking, I will be able to do these things and live a better life. In the future, I hope to live without smoking. I dream of waking up each morning without needing a cigarette. I want to breathe easily and feel strong. I also want to help people who are trying to quit smoking. I want to show them that it's possible to stop smoking and live a better life. To make this dream come true, I need to do important things. First, I will make a plan to quit smoking. This plan includes setting clear goals and fighting to deal with cravings. Second, I will ask my friends and my family for help. Their support and encouragement will be important to me. Third, I will stay committed to my goal even when it's hard. I know quitting smoking will not be easy, but I am determined to succeed. This is my big dream. Every day, I will work hard to make it happen. I believe that with effort, support, determination, I can quit smoking and live a healthier, happier life. Thank you for listening my story.
Thank you. 감사합니다. 네, 다음으로 40번 재우영 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Importance of Communication and Desirable Method.
Hello. Today we will talk about the importance of communication and desirable way to communicate. Communication is essential for us to understand and cooperate with each others. However, if communication is not properly, conflicts and misunderstanding can occur. I would like to explain this through what I have experienced. One day, a friend of mine made a cracking noise with a pen when everyone needed to concentrate quietly. At first, I asked him in a different soft tone than usual, "Can you be quiet?" But he ignored me and kept making noise with his pen. As the noise continued, I started getting angrier and angrier. I ended up throwing his pen and saying, "Be quiet!" aloud. At the moment, my friend later became angry and responded, What if it breaks down?" As a result, we ended up fighting and the relationship deteriorated. After that, I got angry and told my teacher about the situation. She said, "If you don't express properly, the other person doesn't know what's wrong, so you have to express it properly." Hearing these words made me think deeply about the importance of communication and desirable way to communicate. What I realized from this experience is Effective communication is not about speaking, but about expressing it so that the other persons can understand it. When we control our emotions and the other person's position and communicate, we can reduce conflicts and achieve better understanding. Don't forget that communication is not about the delivery of words, but about understanding the mind. Thank you.
다음으로 41번 참가자 김수연 학생 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 Why do I study Korean?
Hello everyone, I'm from China and came to Korea last year. Before moving to Korea, I didn't think much about studying. I thought I could live well without it. For the first 16 years of my life, I didn't understand why studying was important, but after coming to Korea, my view changes completely. When I arrived in Korea, everything was new and different, especially with the language. Everything was in a language I didn't understand. It was hard to talk with friends and solve problems because of these language barriers. I felt very frustrated and upset for the first time in my life. During this difficult time, I began to realize the value of learning. Studying is not just about getting good grades. It helps us to overcome challenges and adapt to new situations. Learning the language and understanding the cultures of a new countries made me say how important is the language and understanding the studying gives us to tools to succeed and to connect with others. It helps us to improve our life and to understand to work better. Even we face difficulties, learning can help us find solutions and make things better. In conclusions, my experience in Korean taught me that studying is very important. It helps us to grow, to overcome obstacles, and to bring a better future. Studying is not just something we have to do. It is something that helps us to live a better life. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 드디어 마지막 순서입니다. 정선희 학생이 발표하도록 하겠습니다. 제목은 The Power of Genuine Communication.
We all want to present the best version of ourselves to others, especially in front of our friends. I have tried hide my flaws and weaknesses for a long time because I wanted to appear perfect to my friends. I always tried to show only confidence and positivity. But the more I did this, the more difficult it became. Hiding my flaw became burdensome, and genuine communication became challenging. Conversation with my friends felt superficial, and our relationship seemed to become shallower. One day, one of the flaws I had been trying to so hard to hide my flaw was exposed to our friends. At the moment, I was very frightened. I worried that my friends might see me difficult or even leave. However, contrary to my expectation, my friends understood me and actually helped me overcome the flaw. Instead of judging me or making my flaw an issue, my friends offered genuine support and encouragement. It was then that I truly understood the meaning of genuine communication. Communication is not just exchanging words. It is a process of reliving, understanding, and accepting each other to serve. When we stop hiding our flaws and express ourselves honestly, we can build deeper trust and relationships. Since that experience, I've decided to be more honest with my friends. Acknowledging my shortcomings and sharing them is no longer frightening. This honest communication has deepened our trust. Finally, encourage to share your flaws.
네, 감사합니다. 이제 모든 발표가 마쳤습니다. 심사위원 분들께서는 점수 집계를 위해서 잠시 자리를 이동하시도록 하겠습니다. 자, 뒤에 앉아 있는 3학년 학생들도 앞쪽으로 자리를 옮겨서 자리를 채워서 앉아 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 여러분 즐거우셨나요? 네, 모두가 자신의 한계를 넘어서 도전하는 모습이 참 아름다웠던 것 같습니다. 발표해 주신 모든 학생들에게 수고했다고 서로 박수 한번 쳐주도록 하겠습니다. 네, 모두 수고하셨습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 그러면 심사위원분들께서 점수를 집계하는 동안 저희는 학교 우리 유튜브 채널에 올라가 있는 영상을 몇 가지 좀 시청하는 시간을 가지도록 하겠습니다. 네, 그러면 함께 영상 보면서 잠시 기다리도록 하겠습니다.
꼭꼭 숨어라 머리카락 보일라 찾는다.
찾았다. 세계 최고의 카페 여기 있지.
찾았다.
세계 최고의 필수장 여기 있지.
찾았다.
세계 최고의 도서관 여기 있지.
찾았다.
세계 최고의 동물이 여기 있지.
찾았다.
세계 최고의 부산링컨 여기 있지.
Come on now and have fun.
salida, que corre el tiempo. Pégate y zumba conmigo con movimiento. Con movimiento. Creo que la manera en que me ves tu cuerpo tan violento, de la forma en que baila y le pones sentimiento, ese cuerpo que me tiene loco. Este baile no hay salida, que corre el tiempo. Pégate y zumba conmigo con movimiento. Este baile no hay salida, que corre el tiempo. Pégate y zumba conmigo con movimiento. Yo ya la bebí en mi carro, radio en explosión. Tengo todo preparado para el reventón. Ven mami, sube con ganas, entrías tu fiesta. Más tarde me llamas que la noche es nuestra. Niña, me llamas que luego hay parranda. Quiero bailar hasta que llegue mañana. Rumbear, saltar, hasta el sol rayar. Niña, me llamas que luego hay parranda. Quiero bailar hasta que llegue mañana. Rumbear, saltar, que hoy vas a probar el che cherere che che cherere che che cherere che che cherere che 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 che. Gustavo Lima y usted. Niña, me llamas que luego hay parranda. Quiero bailar hasta que llegue mañana. Rumbear, saltar, hasta el sol rayar. Niña, me llamas que luego hay parranda. Quiero bailar hasta que llegue mañana. Rumbear, saltar, que hoy vas a probar el che cherere che che cherere che che cherere che che cherere che 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 che. Gustavo Lima y usted sabe bien provocar. Yo no voy a aguantar, no te vas a escapar, corazón. Hoy tú vas a probar che cherere che che cherere che che cherere che che cherere che 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 che. Gustavo Lima y usted cherere che che cherere che che cherere che che cherere che 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 che. Gustavo Lima y usted cherere che che cherere che che cherere che che cherere che 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 che. Gustavo Lima y usted cherere che che cherere che che cherere che che cherere che 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 che. Gustavo Lima y usted. Yeah, yeah. Gustavo Lima y usted.
어조 삼아, It's time to go to bed. 또 핸드폰 하는 거예요? 늦게 자면 고운 피부가 다 무너진다고요. 사이고노 케이코쿠 데스. 지금 잠이 들지 않으면 우린 춤을 출 거예요. 야래 야래. 뭐 말리는 아가씨. 야래 야래. 뭐 말리는 아가씨. 또 핸드폰 하는 거예요. 온 피부가 다 무너진다고요. 뭐 말리는 아가씨. 어조 삼아, It's time to go to bed. 처음부터 잘 생각이 없었군요. 오늘 밤은 우리와 함께 춤을 춰요. 데모 다시 아래 아래 뭐 말리는 아가씨 아래 아래 뭐 말리는 아가씨 아래 아래 뭐 말리는 아가씨 또 핸드폰 하는 거예요. Time to go to bed. 고운 피부가 다 무너진다고요. 뭐 말리는 아가씨. 사이고노 케이코쿠 데스. 지금 잠에 들지 않으면 우린
Are you ready?
응원 영상. 즐기 소능 응원 영상. 즐기 소능 응원 영상. 즐기 소능 응원 영상. 아프리타다디.
이게 합격이라는 거에 내 손목과 내 졸업장을 걸지. 넌 뭘 걸래?
어니야, 이게 합격이 아니라는 거야. 내 손목과 내 졸업장을 건다. 잠깐, 이렇게까지 해야겠어? 자, 확인해 보겠습니다. 딴 따라란 따라란 따란.
합격이네? 합격이야.
동작 그만. 어떻게 해서 합격했지?
기도했다.
그거 좀 해봐. 여기 보시면 날짜 있고요. 아씨 뭐? 할머니 이거 뭐예요?
그거 뭐야 봄이 엄마가 네 수능 본다고 비계 선물해줬어.
오 이거 되게 푹신해 보인다. 어디서 사셨대요?
봄이 엄마가 구세계 백화점에서 비계 사왔잖아.
비계요? 비계가 아니라 베개예요.
그래 비계 아니 그 비계
아니 베개요. 베개.
베개 싸! 베개 됐냐?
이 할망구 왜 이래 내 집에서 미쳤어?
Cause you are my girl. You are the one that I envision in my dreams. And when you're around, I can't express the way I feel.
마음에 안 드는데 19. 인생 최대의 시험을 앞둔 지금.
될 때까지 한다.
잠깐 중간에 버벅댈 순 있지만
열아홉의 버벅거림은 당연한 거니까.
인생이라는 게 원래 원하는 대로 되진 않는다.
그리고 그런 게 19의 내가 살아가는 방법이다.
공부만 해도 바쁜 나이에 이것저것 할 게 많다.
19은 그런 나이인가 보다.
한순간으로 모든 것이 끝날 것 같았지만
그렇지 않았다. 그게 내가
19에 알게 된 사실이다.
우리가 하는 그 어떤 선택도
틀린 선택은 없으니까.
우린 모두 하나뿐이기에.
마지막 10대를 보내고 있었다.
안녕하세요 선배님들. 이렇게 인사를 드리게 되는데요. 이제 지금 시간은 수능 11일 전 2층 교무실입니다. 선배님들이 이렇게 링컨에서는 3년이고 또 초등학교 때부터 12년이라는 시간을 달려왔는데요. 정말 수고가 많았다는 생각이 듭니다. 이제 잘 치든 못 치든 선배님들이 달려온 그 순간 그 뜨거운 열정을 단 하루 수능에 불태우시기 바랍니다. 평소 하던 대로 긴장하지 마시고 잘하세요. 파이팅!
안녕하세요 7기 선배님들, 8기 박규리입니다. 사실 제가 이 자리에서 영상을 찍고 있는 게 맞는지 잘 모르겠습니다만 사실 작년에 선배님들 검정고시 응원한다고 셀레브리티 부른 게 엊그제 같은데 벌써 수능이라니. 우리 선배님들은 세계 최고이시기 때문에 그과 수능 별 문제 없이 치실 거라고 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 항상 후배로서 응원하고 있겠습니다. 그럼 바이바이.
안녕하세요. 선배들이 벌써 수능을 치게 돼서 이렇게 영상 편지를 찍게 되었습니다. 제가 영상 편지를 찍는 게 많이 부담스러운데 선배들을 향한 감사가 너무 커서 이렇게 영상 편지를 찍게 됐습니다. 제가 선배들을 위해서 할 수 있는 건 기도와 응원의 한마디가 아닐까 생각하는데요. 제가 기도 많이 하겠고 또 인생에 한 번뿐인 수능일 텐데 정말 후회 없이 쳤으면 좋겠습니다. 파이팅 하세요. 또 수능 치고 유학을 갔다 오면은 국토대장정을 가는데 가서 저희 많은 대화 나누면 좋겠어요. 파이팅 하시고 감사합니다.
세상에서 가장 밝게 빛나는 7기 선배님들, 지금까지 수능 준비하면서 학교 활동까지 해오시는데 수고 많으셨어요. 사실 전 아직 수능을 보진 않지만 김기성 목사님이 오신 후부터 저희가 예배 때마다 공연을 서야 된다는 게 처음엔 불만이 되게 많았었어요. 그래도 나름 고등학생인데 자꾸 공부 외적인 일을 시키셔서 걱정을 많이 했었거든요. 그런데 목사님이 저희에게 공부가 중요한 게 아니라 신앙이 중요하다고 하셨잖아요. 생각해보니까 아무리 저희가 학습을 통해 지식을 채워봤자 하나님이 주신 지혜가 없으면 의미가 없더라고요. 저희를 가장 사랑하시고 아끼시는 분은 하나님이신데 과연 선배님들의 수능을 도와주시지 않으신 분이냐는 거죠. 그냥 복잡하게 생각하지 마시고 일단 이렇게 외쳐보세요. 하나님은 나를 도우신다. 나는 세계 최고 수능 만점자다. 선배님들은 하나님 백이 있기 때문에 언제 어디서나 잘 될 수밖에 없을 거예요. 마지막까지 최선을 다해 화이팅!
오늘 점심 메뉴가 새싹 비빔밥이라던데? 잠시만, 이건 새싹 비빔밥 냄새가 아니잖아. 이 진한 꽃향기는 뭐지?
부정아 빨리 와!
헐, 여기 하얀 꽃밭이 있었네?
하나 둘 셋! 7기 선배님들 수능 화이팅! 사랑합니다!
네, 감사합니다. 네. 영상은 여기까지 보도록 하겠습니다. 네, 결과가 나왔습니다. 제 손에 결과가 있는데요. 네. 먼저 우리가 시상식을 하기 전에 심사평을 좀 들어보는 시간. 알겠습니다. 네. 그러면 지금부터 교내 영어 말하기 대회 시상식을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. 네. 기대되시나요? 네. 네, 먼저 인기상 시상을 하도록 하겠습니다. 인기상은 심사위원장이신 사라 선생님께서 나와서 시상해 주시도록 하겠습니다. 어, 1학년과 3학년 학생들의 참가 번호가 겹치는 학생들이 많이 있기 때문에 참가 번호는 따로 호명하지 않고 바로 이름을 부르도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 2024 부산링컨학교 교내 영어 말하기 대회 인기상 한 명입니다. 김준희. 네, 무대로 올라와 주세요. 네, 축하드립니다. 네, 부상으로는 상품권이 주어지도록 하겠습니다. 네, 조금 앞으로 와서 사진 찍을까요? 준이 조금 더 앞으로 와서 앞에 보고 사진 한번 찍겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 준이 학생 여기 잠깐 대기해 주시기 바랍니다. 아, 네. 심사위원분과 같이 사진 한번 찍도록 하겠습니다. 앞쪽으로 좀 나와주세요. 앞쪽으로 좀 나와주세요. 자, 다음으로 심사위원상 시상을 하도록 하겠습니다. 심사위원상은 2명의 학생에게 주어지도록 하겠습니다. 심사위원상은 김정우, 최주혁. 네, 심사위원상 김정우 학생에게 먼저 수상하도록 하겠습니다. 부상으로는 상품권 10,000원권이 주어지겠습니다. 네, 다음으로 최주혁 학생. 네. 네, 다음으로 장려상 수상이 있겠습니다. 장려상은 총 5명의 학생에게 주어집니다. 첫 번째 장려상 수상자는 장진우, 두 번째 김형민, 박준성, 유지우. 자, 마지막으로 박은혜 학생 무대 위로 올라와 주세요. 자, 먼저 장려상 장진우. 네. 촬영하겠습니다. 장려상 학생들에게는 상품권 30,000원이 부상으로 주어집니다. 다음 장려상 김형민, 네, 다음으로는 박준성. 네, 다음 장려상은 유지우 학생입니다. 네, 마지막으로 박은혜 학생. 네, 다음은 우수상 시상을 하도록 하겠습니다. 우수상은 총 3명의 학생에게 주어집니다. 첫 번째 우수상 이혜원. 자, 두 번째 학생은 이채영. 세 번째 학생은 3명 다 이씨네요. 이선욱. 네. 네, 이채영 학생 먼저 수상하도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우수상을 수상한 학생들에게는 상품권 5만 원권이 부상으로 주어집니다. 네, 다음으로 이선욱. 자, 마지막으로 이혜원 학생 사진 촬영하겠습니다. 자, 이제 2가지 상만 남았는데요. 다음으로 최우수상 2명의 학생에게 주어집니다. 최우수상은 10만 원권의 상품권이 주어지도록 하겠습니다. 자, 첫 번째 최우수상 김유지. 네, 두 번째는요. 혹시 기대하시는 학생 있나요? 네. 김혜원. 네, 첫 번째 최우수상 김유지 학생 수상하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 최우수상 학생에게는 10만 원권 상품권이 주어집니다. 네, 다음으로 김혜원 학생. 네, 마지막 한 학생만이 남겨져 있습니다. 마지막 상은 대상입니다. 대상 학생에게는 꿈장학회에서 링컨 꿈장학회에서 후원하시는 에어팟 프로 2가 부상으로 주어지도록 하겠습니다. 자, 마지막 대상 여러분 두구두구 한번 해주실까요? 대상은 강예은. 네, 앞에 보시고요. 사진 촬영하겠습니다. 네, 수상한 학생들 모두 앞으로 나와서 사진 촬영 한번 하도록 하겠습니다. 앞쪽으로 나와주시고 수상한 학생들, 네, 심사 같이 한번 사진 촬영하겠습니다. 앞쪽으로 나와주세요. 네, 보드판 앞쪽으로 좀 보여주시고 들고 조금 더 나올까요? 최우수상 돌려주세요. 최우수상. 네. 자, 앞에 보시고요. 상 보이게. 자, 얼굴 사이사이에. 자, 촬영하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 이것으로 2024 부산링컨학교 교내 영어 말하기 대회를 모두 마치도록 하겠습니다. 이어지는 시상식에서는 여러분들이 지난 팝송 대회 그리고 100일장 시상식도 이어질 예정이니까요. 학생들은 자리를 지켜주시고 유튜브 생중계는 이것으로 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 함께 해주신 학부모님들과 가족분들 모두 감사드립니다. 네, 그러면 유튜브 중계는 이것으로 마무리하겠습니다. 감사합니다.